That's my only word, I'm afraid, so my apologies for my lack of Cypriot Greek. If you can take a seat, please, if there's any available. I think we're quite full here. Okay, just a little bit of housekeeping. The process for us in the UK to tell you that there are no planned fire alarms today, and if you hear the alarm, then evacuate the building immediately, and you will muster in the car park at the top of the road, okay? And the fire exits you can see are clearly marked around you. Thank you. Could you make sure your phones are on silent as a matter of respect to your colleagues, which will be great. And all I'm going to say is I hope you have a very enjoyable, informative day, but I'm not here to welcome you. We have two very special guests here today to come to the stage, and my first duty is to ask His Excellency Mr. Irfan Sadiq, who's the British High Commissioner to Cyprus, to officially welcome you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Kalimera sas. It's fantastic to be here, and a big thank you to Ian and his team for all the work they've done to prepare for today, and to Seken Knight as well, and also, of course, Nikos Loginos and Lefteris Kanelos, and all of the teams from the Fire Industry Association of the UK and here in Cyprus. As the British High Commissioner in Cyprus, there are many areas that I get involved with where I see how the UK and Cyprus work together so closely. Not just because we have such great people-to-people links, but because there's a natural affinity and desire to cooperate in many, many different areas. And it's really fantastic to see this new area of Fire Industry Association establishment here in Cyprus, so closely associated and working so closely with the Fire Industry Association of the UK to establish standards, best practice, and collaborative links, which we hope will mean that the effectiveness of your work in this area, of ensuring that all of the key buildings, schools, hospitals, hotels here in Cyprus are safe. And are protecting your people. And I know that this isn't just important for your people, but particularly for me as the British High Commissioner, with 1.2, 1.3 million Brits coming here as tourists every year, important for your industry and your global reputation, and for our people as well. So it's fantastic to see the culmination of what Ian was telling me is 2 years of preparation and collaboration culminate today in this launch event and this establishment of the Fire Industry Association in Cyprus. And I know that today's discussions and all the opportunities for networking and cooperation that will take place will be a fantastic opportunity and platform for all of you to deepen your links and your opportunities for cooperation and collaboration. And I know that this is just the start, and that you will continue to deepen your cooperation so that we can collectively work together to build and strengthen our links, but most importantly to ensure that the Fire Industry Association and the broader sector here in Cyprus is as well equipped and developed as possible to protect your people. And I particularly want to thank the Employers Federation here in Cyprus as well, which I know has been a big supporter for the Cyprus Fire Association, Industry Association, and I know that working together you'll be able to achieve a great amount. I really just want to wish you all the best for today's discussions. I know it'll be really productive and useful. I'll be able to stay for a little bit of it, but I know some of you are also coming to join us at my residence later to cap today's events, and I look forward to seeing those of you who are coming then. Thank you all very much.
And our next very important guest is Mr. Nikos Loginos, the Chief Fire Officer of Cyprus Fire Brigade.
Good morning. Your Excellency, Mr. Irfan Sadiq, Seken Knight, Mr. Representative of the Chief of Police, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and honor that we attend the opening of the first Fire Summit today, together with the former Land of Fire Commissioner and renowned fire safety expert, Seken Knight. I would like to congratulate the Fire Industry Association for its initiative in organizing this conference with aim and objective of addressing critical issues and developments at the field of fire safety and fire protection through further development of the Cypriot fire safety industry and exploring cooperation between the Republic of Cyprus and the UK. The Cyprus Fire Service, through its multidimensional role, is active not only in wildfires, but is also in charge of extinguishing fires in the urban network, such as residential, industrial, hotel, and other areas. In addition, Cyprus Fire Service is responsible for rescues after the traffic collisions, rescues from elevators, mountain rescues, specialized rescues from liquid elements from the sea and dams, from all tall buildings, as well as management of hazardous materials, petrochemical incidents, and rescues from natural and technological disasters. In October of 2021, the Cyprus Fire Service became autonomous and gained more flexibility in the exercise of its duties, with its primary concern remaining the safety of the life of our fellow citizens and the assurance of the preservation of their property and the environment in general. In addition, due to the autonomy, there have been changes in the legislation as well. Active and passive fire protection are two significant parameters that should be taken into account during the study of the architectural plans of a building. The risk of starting and spreading of fire, especially in tall buildings, is a threat to residents and visitors and determines the importance of the study of building, taking into account the evolution of technology and materials used for the construction of buildings in general. The Fire Service, as an advisory authority, expresses its views and advises so that the possibilities of a fire breakout are reduced to the minimum. However, in the event of a fire, through active fire safety, such conditions will be created to allow the residents and visitors of the building to escape safely, and in addition, the responding firefighters to extinguish the fire will also have the opportunity through suitable conditions to achieve their goal. In addition, we are trying through the Ministry of Justice and Public Order to have legislation enacted so that the fire safety provisions are maintained and applied even after the final approval of the operation of any property or building. In the event that non-compliance with fire safety provision is observed during any surprise inspection, then the owners, managers, should be prosecuted. 14 city fire stations operate through Cyprus, including the 2 fire stations at the airport, as well as 19 staffed rural fire stations of observatories active in the prevention and suppression of fires. The Cyprus Fire Service receives an average of 13,000 calls a year, of which approximately 8,500 are related to fires, while 4,500 related to humanitarian and services. Approximately 5,000 of the fires are related to the urban network and are related to fire safety issues of buildings, real estates, industrial facilities, etc., without disregarding the fact that the fire safety measures should also be observed for fires in the countryside. In several cases, people are at risk due to non-observance of fire safety provisions, poor maintenance of buildings, or malfunctioning means of escape. The climate crisis, natural and technological disasters, as well as the continuous development of technology and building facilities and the presence of skyscrapers in our country, compose a new operational field environment where firefighters are called upon today more than ever before to offer their services with speed and, above all, efficiency. From these elements comes the need to increase the level of fire safety in our country and reduce the number of fire incidents following the technological development to deal with various incidents of a wide nature, especially in building installations. The collaboration of all professional and experts of the wider sector through today's conference is instrumental in achieving our common goal of growth and specialization in fire safety and protection of building facilities. The continuous development at administrative and operational level will successfully and efficiently meet the ongoing increasingly complex challenges and adaptively creates a safe social environment, strengthens public confidence, and contributes to the creation of a stable and productive society. As a matter of additional interest, this meeting is so timely as next week groups of Cyprus fire officers and police crime investigators again be collaborating in another series of inter-service fire investigation training courses delivered by UK-based subject matter experts from Gardiner Associates Training and Research. This year, we have fire officers from Greece attending one of the combined theory and practical events as well. I would like to thank you once again, the contributors of this conference, as well as all industry and organization representatives and professionals who, through their expertise, will shape the future of the emerging fire safety in Cyprus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Fire Industry Association. I know it's alien to 99% of the people in the room of who we are and what we do. I'm just going to give you an overview of it, and I'll try and be as brief as possible. That is me. I'm the CEO of the Fire Industry Association. The Fire Industry Association is the largest fire trade association in the world. Okay, and in UK alone, we have over 1,100 member companies, and they are the bigger companies, even including Honeywell, Siemens, Johnson Controls, all these different companies, all the way down to the smaller companies. But I'm not going to say, as we say in England, one man and his dog, which means a very small organization, because all of our companies are professional companies, and we audit those companies. And we have a thing called third-party certification, which I won't get into now. But this is all about what we do in the Fire Industry Association, is represent them and raise the bar on professionalism, which you've seen as the catchline to this conference, is what we're trying to achieve. So if you look at, again, the list of things, I'm not going to read through them all, but the most important factor for you to understand in all this, we are not for profit. We are not here to generate money for shareholders. We are purely here to help raise that bar and make Cyprus a safer place for Cypriots and visitors coming to this country. And this is what we've been doing for over 100 years. This is not a new thing. We're very engaged at every level with government. We'll run through the stakeholders later, and we run anywhere between 100 to 200 working groups on a very specific task. You read about e-cycles, e-scooters at the moment, so we have a working group working on that. We talk about electric cars and the charging. We have working groups on that. So right across the board, when there becomes an issue, we formulate groups. We work, task, finish, and hand back to either the British standards, the European standards, or even the international ISO standards and the government. Okay. This is how we operate, and the reason I show you this is to show that we show focus. You'd think with over 1,100 companies trying to have a meeting, you'd be discussing fire forever. So we keep very, very focused in the different disciplines, and even those are broken down so that when you do have meetings and discussions or people need help in a certain area, we have a very focused group. And we operate under these 7 councils effectively, and this is the same as what we're going to be talking about over here, which I'll move on to in a minute. But as you can see, each represents each part of fire safety, and they're forever growing as well. So some of the key activities of what the FIA are about is obviously working with UK government in various areas. We've been introduced to Sir Ken Knight early on, who will talk about himself a little bit more about what he does in government, part of his presentation. But we talk at every level, from local government to the highest end to the Home Secretaries and everybody else. We have these discussions. And we're here as advisors as best we can be. We work on British standards and we work on European standards. Please do not believe that because UK has pulled out of the EU, we're not very much entrenched into European standards. They are run by SEN and SENELEC, and these organisations have nothing to do with EU membership. We are very much part of that. In fact, the three groups within Euralarm, which is the one that works in Belgium to all the EU standards, two of those sections are chaired by two of my staff. So we're very much involved in it. So please don't think it's UK and Europe. With the standards of EN, which you all work to here, we are very much ingrained in that, and we help guide those guidelines. So you will be able to do that through FIA Cyprus to shape your own future in line with European standards. What we also do is training, and this is how we first started here, which I'll talk about a little bit in a moment. We train over 6,000 fire engineers a year professionally. We do a lot more as well, training on a lower levels, introduction levels, but these are professional qualified engineers. And we have 2 training schools, which we operate to a level 3, which is a European recognized level. And this is how we first came to be involved in here, again, what I'll talk about. We're also very heavily linked with the Fire and Rescue Service. We trained, as it says there, 2,000 last year fire and rescue people, because obviously they know about their operational skills. They are the world's best at what they do in every country. The training is fantastic, but we tried to talk a little bit more about prevention, not just the cure. So there's an overlap between the knowledge of people that understand what creates fire and how we can stop it. And I mentioned before about being not-for-profit. All of our profits, or surplus as we call it, is reinvested into research, and I can mention a couple of those that will very be useful to you. These are our 2 centres. We have one in London, just outside in Hampton, and a brand new one opened only 3.5 weeks ago by Manchester in UK. And this has become the centre of excellence for fire. It's something we've never done in UK before, so we're progressing, we're learning, and we're trying to spread that knowledge and help further aside. And these have full training conditions with hands-on training, classroom training, all these different things. So hopefully, if you ever come to UK and have an interest in fire, contact us, we can take you around. And inside these buildings is everybody's piece of equipment that works in UK. So you can compare every single panel, detector, extinguishing system, etc. I talked about some of the research works. To see, maybe I can mention one here. I've got them up here. The picture on the magazine is work we did with Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. And what was happening with the call out of fire engines, and the Fire and Rescue Service people here will realise this, and also the public will realise how often they see blue lights flashing running down the road. Always you're going to be putting people at danger, not just the firefighters, but people on the road. So reducing that increases confidence of the public, so when the bell rings, we don't just look at each other and assume it's a false alarm, and everybody waits for somebody to physically tell them to get out the building. It happens worldwide, but we start to build up a confidence to know that if the alarm goes off, it will be a fire. The fire and rescue services and the fire brigades, they will also respond with that in mind, with an immediacy, knowing they're going to not another false alarm. So what we did with Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, they used to fill a form out when they came away from an incident, and they'd write in false alarm. False alarm basically meant they didn't find a fire to put out. It wasn't the true term. The true term is unwanted alarm. The actual equipment and the whole processes were predominantly working okay. But you'll find somebody think it's funny to hit the brake glass call points, for the bells to go. You find somebody moves a toaster into their bedroom when there's a smoke detector above. The equipment is doing its job it's designed to do, but these are unwanted alarms. So we paid for somebody to go out on a fire engine for 3 months and record every single reason that when we put down false alarm, they investigated what that meant. And that came up with 57 recommendations, simple recommendations as well. These are not hugely expensive changes that fundamentally changed the call out. And in the first year, 25% reduction on call out to the fire and rescue services in the Scottish region based on implementing only about 5 of these recommendations out of 57. This is what we can do for you. We have these recommendations, use them, don't use them, your choice, but it will make a fundamental difference to how you operate and your efficiencies. There's many others in different areas to do with commercial activities. We do a lot of work on different types of detectors, whether they're multi-sensors, whether they're smoke, heat, what works, a lot of technical work on research. So because there's nobody else. Everything's voluntary that we do. There is no government department that will go down that line, so we work very, very closely with them to do that. We obviously do overseas missions, as it mentions down here as well. This is what we have outside. So when we do have the breaks later, these people have come across from UK at their own expense to show you what UK does best. Please take the time to engage with everybody outside because they've invested into this day, and they are all our members out there as well. So please spend the time and have a look at that. But this is what we do. We support these companies in overseas missions. We also support people coming into the country as well. So if there's a mission from Cyprus coming to UK, we'll be there to show you what industry can offer. Matched to that, there is fire and rescue at the Fire College, which is world famous. Anybody who's been in the fire service will know Morton in the Marsh is the Fire College. Between the two, we have it covered, and everything we can possibly think of, we can help you with. But we're only here to offer, not to insist. It's nothing to do with us. And all the stuff I'm going to talk about is about for Cypriots by Cypriots. We are not involved with just offering the information and then keeping out the way. One of the areas we'll work in the moment, you'll probably come across, the latest trend is about PFAS. Please don't ask me to tell you what it stands for. It's a chemical word about that long. It's like a big German word that goes on for half an hour. And we've done a lot of research on this. You're going to be seeing this more and more about products you use, whether that be foams, PPE, as in the personal protection equipment for people working in different areas. This is going to cover everything we do in our industry. But we've done a lot of this work, and you're absolutely welcome to it. Everything we do is publicly available. Okay? Just a spray of companies we work with, and we can't list them all, but we work at every level with engagement, every stakeholder, landlords, hotel associations. I know some people here from that here today. We do this in UK, and we have a technical helpline that in UK people always come through to. We have 3 people answering phone calls all day, technical questions about compliance to codes and standards, what should I do in this particular instance, and this is what we offer the public in the way of support. But at every level, from fire and rescue service to government, are all here, British standards, European standards, etc., etc. We also help our members. I say with 1,000 companies, needless to say, they want to see commercial activities and research. So we run business reports constantly, and we monitor about overseas additions. We've just moved up in the lines, and there's some gentlemen here from DIT, the government export for British government here today, and they have just said we're moving up on the ladder because of the work we're doing. So we have defence exports, then cyber security, and now it's fire. For the first time, it's coming to that 3rd position. So exports coming out around, we're clearly doing some good things, and hopefully everybody benefits from those. But these are the sort of things, again, we can do for you through our analytics and our statisticians, and that's a difficult word. Our mantra on all the things we do, and the things I talk about nearly all the time, is about competency. We had an absolute disaster, which was going to be covered by Sir Ken later, about Grenfell Tower. And in the report from the lady, Dame Judith Hackett, who did that report, 57 times she mentioned the word competency. So we're not perfect, far from it, in UK. In fact, anybody can design a fire alarm system, anybody can install it, and anybody can maintain it. And that's a farce, in my view, and we're doing something about that. So all we can do is talk about what looks good. So how do we train companies to be more professional? So we work on that with auditing companies, and we have ISO standards, and we audit those companies. The individuals, we started the very first qualifications in Europe to do with fire, working on fire safety systems, which are life safety systems. So we now have qualifications, and we train those 6,000 people to a qualification level, and that's what we're bringing here to Cyprus, which we'll talk about again in a minute. How do you prove that competency? We all think we're quite good at what we do. Are you competent to do your job? Of course I am. If you have a dentist and a doctor, they can't just have a go. They're thinking, I've done it once before, I'm okay. You look for professional qualifications to be able to do that. And that's what we need to install everywhere in fire safety, because it's as important being life safety as it is being a doctor and a dentist. Okay? So think about that as we go through. And how do we achieve that? We achieve it by training. Supporting people at every level, make sure they get the relevant training, have professional organizations, and we have our trainers currently training trainers in Cyprus. So we're training the trainers so that we can actually deliver presentations. And it's not about what's the difference between Cyprus and UK. Fundamental fire safety science, prevention cures, and how the rest of the world is dealing with these issues to bring their level of knowledge up, which supports everybody. What happens, it's unfortunate that events affect legislation and changes. Don't wait till you have a Grenfell Tower. Don't wait till you have a Great Fire of London in 66. We all get taught this at school in UK, we all know. Only 6 people died in the Great Fire of London. Yet it's registered as one of the biggest fires of all time because it was so slow. But look at Grenfell Tower, 72 people died that night. And for us, it was devastating because the line on fire safety deaths would be coming down and down and down, and we really thought we had a fantastic handle on life safety, and we were proud how good we were and our graphs were coming down, and then that happens. And it's a stark reminder that we don't concentrate and keep doing things the right way. That's the eventuality. So please don't wait till you have a Grenfell Tower here before you start thinking about raising your bar on professionalism. Do it beforehand, okay? And we're here to help you do that. So why are we here? Where's Lefteris, by the way? Can you wave at me somewhere, wherever you are? Oh, he's outside, it's fine. Okay. We're here because of one gentleman. This is Lefteris Kanalos. He's going to show his face in a minute here. He rang us 2 years ago, this gentleman. Just stay there, it's okay. I'm singing your praises. We're all here because of this guy here. 2 years ago, he contacted us and said, we want to deliver training in Cyprus. Your organisation is quite clearly the one we need to be working with, and we've been working for 2 years with Lefteris on this. So our trainers have trained his trainers. But what he's done selflessly in all of this is to help us set up FIA Cyprus. Zero gain to him at all. There are no shareholders, there's no financial interest, and he's worked endlessly to make this happen today. So what we've got now is a legal entity, FIA Cyprus, and it's got 21 founder members already signed up, involved, and they are going to run FIA Cyprus. We are only here to supply information and guidance. We're not going to get involved. So it's very much for Cypriots by Cypriots, as I mentioned before. And the initial chair will be Lefteris, and then they'll go for an open vote to make sure everybody gets involved. It is a true democracy, and we work that way with all of our members. Everybody votes on every single thing we do. So not one company will ever be able to influence the future, the standards, what the guidance goes. There'll be a collective voice in a room, and that is so important to have, that the government here also can fully understand and have faith in FIA Cyprus, knowing it's not 1 or 2 individuals. This is a collective group, initially 21, but they hope to grow it to maybe 100 companies of all aspects. So look out for that when it comes, and trust in what they're doing as a democracy, that the information you're getting is collective. Okay, end of my speech. Hope you understand a little bit more about who we are and why we're here. And my first job is to introduce Dr. George Boutras, is the director of Synedrio. George, please.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
You're absolutely welcome.
Thank you.
The green button is yours.
Okay, thank you. I will press the green button. Well, thank you very much. Well, I'm moved. You know, I cannot believe that we have gathered so many people here for this cause for fire. Let me tell you that personally I'm very happy that I see colleagues and ex-colleagues, Ben, ex-employers from the UK that made it all the way here, distinguished guests and everyone. Yeah, well, what a great gathering and what a great start for in Cyprus we keep on talking about forest fires, about wildland fires quite a lot. But the reality is that we're not really paying attention so much to dwelling fires, to building fires. So what a great opportunity to start this endeavor here today with the support of FIA, Sir Ken, Ian, with the support of the British High Commission, His Excellency, and with the support, obviously, of Lefteris that, you know, was well praised, so I'm not going to keep on praising him anymore. The reason that we are here today is because of Lefteris. Let me press the green button. Well, let me just give you a brief introduction about what I'm going to say today. And I thought instead of coming up, you know, like with, you know, like a great presentation that you will remember for the rest of your life, I thought instead of doing that, let me go back to my few days of working as a fire engineer and come up with my thoughts and my notes on what is happening at the moment, what is not happening at the moment, and what should be happening in the future. So I'm going to start by providing you with my impression, the impression of someone that has been following the fire industry and the fire profession, the fire engineering profession in Cyprus for the last 2 decades or something. Well, we're not so many fire engineers, but anyway, you know, like I keep on following that. We are many more than we were in the beginning of the 80s, so that's something very good to note. Anyway, to cut a long story short, some facts about Cyprus that I think are going to be useful for the discussions that we're going to have later on. First of all, we sit in a seismogenous area. Are we going to do geology? We're not going to do geology, but this is very important because it defines quite a few details with regards to the fire code of the country, because you don't only have the fire danger, but you have the earthquake danger as well, hazard. So, I don't know if this is good or bad. In my books, it looks like, I'm not going to make you panic, but in my books, it means that we haven't had a significant earthquake in the last 2 decades, if not more. So maybe we're going to have one in the future. Okay, I hope not. I'm not very good with earthquakes, but yeah. The reality is, and this is pure statistics, that according to the numbers, dwelling fires have decreased over the years, and they have been decreasing, and now they have stabilized the last few years, the number of fires, okay. Intensity, damage, and all that is something different, and it opens a window for thinking, fire officer, FANO, what sort of statistics we're collecting and what sort of statistics we should be collecting. So this is something. Number of bushfires, mainly, and number of forest fires have increased over the years. Okay, again, there are different metrics to measure that, but in general, we can state this. Now, there is something that I'm going to say with a lot of uncertainty. According to some calculations, the cost of dwelling fires on the annual GDP of the country, they sit in the area of less than 1%. Let me tell you that the cost of the fire services and the fire and rescue services to the Republic, to the government of the Republic of Cyprus, also are around this figure. So I'm not saying this number, the first number that you see in the screen, with a lot of confidence, because I haven't had the opportunity to cross-reference it with the industry, sorry, the insurance industry numbers. Fire engineers, fire services, you know, like we're not industry, sorry, we're not, you know, like really always exact into calculating the number of, you know, the value of a chair. A chair is a chair, okay. So something that is going to be music to the ears of the organizers today is the fact that we can generally say that the fire industry products, doors, windows, ceilings, whatever you can imagine that go into our houses, into our dwellings, is not highly standardized. I'm not going to say that it is not standardized, but it is not highly standardized. There is a lot of room for improvement. So if your initial thought of organizing this meeting today was to promote this, I think you have achieved this, because there is a lot of room for improvement on that. And I will explain why, according to my opinion, this is not very well standardized in the next few minutes. Reality is also that we have a large number of modern structures that are not using the traditional building materials that we were accustomed to. Things are changing, which is great. Different architectural views, different architectural ideas are coming into place. We see that globally. We see that in Cyprus as well. And we have a large number of high-rise buildings, especially in the area of Limassol, not only in Nicosia too, in other towns as well, in other cities as well. But this is something to note, that things have changed from 20 years ago. And there is also a large development in the area of Vasilikos, sitting in between Larnaca and Limassol, where the majority of the energy production facilities of our country is situated. In my opinion, this is a bit risky. I mean, the risk assessment professor hat comes in, because we have concentrated, we have put all the eggs in one nest, but who am I to say that? Now, how are we trying to moderate all this? By having a fire code that has been in the making for many, many years. I remember having an initial discussion with a person, or with, sorry, not a person, with a chamber of engineers back in the early 80s, 2005, 2006, and there was a group that was developing a fire code. My impression is that this is somehow styled upon the then BS 9999. At least, you know, like the geography of the document, you know, like how the chapters are organized and all that. Obviously, as you can imagine, different places, UK and Cyprus, but as Ian said a minute ago, fire is fire. It doesn't change whether you are in Cyprus, whether you are in Thailand, whether you are in Australia or wherever else. It's a fundamental issue. It was in the making for many years, and it took even more years to be adopted. It was adopted, and then there were some changes. I don't know if there is a need for more changes. There may be. That's my impression. Finally, in 2020, so from 2020, we can say that we have finally a definitive document that is there. Licensing is centralized. Everything has to go through the Fire Service Approval Committee, this poor man called Fanos and his group, that they have to face absolutely all the engineers here in Cyprus, all the architects and all that. And as you very well know, safety is about building cultures. Education is about building cultures. And now we have a document that has been in use for 2-3 years. Let us not forget that from the last 2-3 years, 1.5 was during the COVID era, so the economy was somehow stalled. We haven't developed a culture that goes with the document. Not only the educational culture, we haven't developed a culture for us, the engineers, and this creates a significant burden on the fire service. Okay. I spoke about tall buildings. I'm just going to say there are many, many risks that I believe that are around, but I'm just going to concentrate on 2 families. I'm not going to say that they are not well designed. I'm not going to say that they are extra risky than they are in other countries, but I believe that there are 2 points, high-rise buildings and energy infrastructure, critical infrastructure, that we need to pay more attention to. Having the war next to our door, it's not only about safety and fire safety, it's about security issues as well, especially the energy critical infrastructure. And as you know, like the majority of you, I think, here are from Cyprus, and for the non-Cypriots, you can drive down towards Limassol, and you will see that Limassol has increased in height a lot. And actually, the government in 2018, they issued a policy document that promoted the erection of these high-rise buildings, which is great, because we said that globally there is a generation of new, more modern and more articulate, if I can say, buildings all around. There are initiatives to come up with these tall buildings. The reality is that it puts a significant burden on the fire service as well, again, because the fire code is there. Our engineers, our architects and all that, tall buildings, it is something new for them. So there is a lot of commotion going back and forth, and all that. Obviously, there are criteria. I mean, high-rise buildings are not erected anywhere. There are some criteria, so this is something that, especially the environmental impact that they have on the environment, it is something that we should keep close to our heart. Another area that I would like to bring to the surface is the Vasilikos Energy Center, where the vast majority of our energy production for this country is concentrated. For those that are old enough, I think, you know, like the vast majority of us remember that. Back in the beginning of the last decade, we have a huge accident in the area of Vasilikos in Mari with the explosion. And I'm sure you remember that. Overnight, we lost almost 60–70% of the electricity production of the country. Obviously, there were some backups, but I'm under the impression that we should be thinking about diversifying this strategy. It is not only about the electricity production, the energy production, it is about the fact that there is a plan to situate there the new LNG plant that we hope that we're going to see in our generation. And it is going to help to achieve the green goals and sustainability goals and all that for the country. Many large industries there, actually one of the most traditional industries, the Vasilikos and many industries situated there. So from a risk perspective, from a fire perspective, from a domino effect perspective, we have, I'm not saying that it is not regulated, but we have an increased burden there. For those interested and for those that they are following legislation, very recently we had the critical entities Resilience Directive, which is actually the continuation of the 2008 Directive on Critical Infrastructure Protection. As with everything that happens within the Union, there was an initial directive, like Seveso 1, Seveso 2, Seveso 3. This directive is keeping on being enriched. New facts are surfacing. what were these? The reality that risk assessment should be more well-defined and who does this risk assessment, plus the previous directive on critical infrastructure protection was very much focused on energy critical infrastructure protection and was not really paying attention to other critical infrastructure, because it is not only about energy. Obviously, energy provides, like the background for the sustainability of all the other critical infrastructure, but it is very important to remember that there are many more critical infrastructure, so there are different areas. It is brand new, but the impression that in our country only very few industries have started thinking about how to apply this criteria. This is something. Let me go now to the nitty-gritty, and I'm not going to use any other expressions for that. My thoughts on what are the challenges. Like everything related to safety, public safety, societal safety, occupational safety, whatever type of safety and security, not only in our country, but I think in many countries, there are many actors involved. There are many actors involved. Someone can say, okay, we have to obtain this, that, the other certificate. The reality, though, is that all these actors are not synchronized. All these services are not synchronized. My friend Fanos perhaps can provide his fire certificate in 2 days. Someone else, like another, I'm not going to name, obviously I'm going to be very careful, another state service may provide the certificate in 3 months, in 4 months. And by the time this certificate is provided, it may be out of place or it may be outdated or something like this. So as you can imagine, there is a lot of unneeded commotion, both for the engineers and the people that fund this development, as well as a lot of burden for the state authorities. So this is something, this is an area that we should be paying attention to. This should be more well regulated. We have representatives from CYS today, the Cyprus Standardization Authority, that are doing a great job, especially considering the small number of people that are employed in this agency. But there is a need, as science changes, as our profession is changing, there is an increased need for adopting EU standards or for coming up with local standards. For you people that work in the industry, let me tell you that I was amazed when Lefteris came to see me, 3, 4, 5, and Adam, they came, a few months ago. It was before the beginning of the summer. I was amazed because it was the first time that I saw something organized. And this is about visibility. And this is about visibility. It is about taking part in the decision-making chain. Because if you are not visible, if you are not an actor, let me say, if you are not a player in the market or in the society, fortunately or unfortunately, the system is organized in a way that you are not going to be able to take part in the decision-making. And I think for our society, for any society, a well-regulated fire industry market is something that it is very important. It is very important, and it should, this new organization, FIA Cyprus, should be an actor that should be vocal in that, because there is a tradition, there are standards, there is standardization, so it is a voice that it is going to have credibility. This is very important. And don't forget that we Cypriots, we tend to think that we are in, like the middle of the world, that everyone is looking at us, but the reality is that we are a very small market, and we are in need of injections, of specialization, of expertise from abroad. And what you are doing today is great, because today's meeting is going to have an impact in the months to come, in the years to come, and this is very, very important. Our profession is not very well regulated. The fire engineering profession is not regulated. I'm an engineer. I see fellow engineers here. According to our chamber of engineers, I'm a chemical engineer because that was my bachelor. My PhD was in fire engineering. I'm not a recognized fire engineer according to our chamber of engineers. I'm still a chemical engineer. I can assure you that I don't remember anything about chemical engineering apart from distillation that I teach in my loss prevention course, which is very important. The reality is that I'm going to keep on talking about communication and presence in the society, that the fire issue is not very well formulated, it is not very well presented, and unfortunately, previous governments, and I'm going to say, I'm very careful in what I'm going to say here, have faced this as an issue, all the fire issue, that surfaced, whenever there was a problem, and then it was out of the agenda. Let me assure you that this government, and I have reasons to believe that, takes public safety, public security very seriously. Last week, there were a lot of announcements with regards to the reorganization of the national civil protection system. Actually, the organization of the national civil protection system in this country. I don't know if it was in the news for too long, perhaps it wasn't. In my books, this is a great reform. And this is, like a big change that I believe is going to have an impact on laws, legislation, and all the rest. Because this new change with regards to the reorganization of the national civil protection system is going to have an impact on the fire service, on the forest fire service, in many ways, a positive impact, and a positive impact to the society. So you are forming a culture, as I said before, and this culture is going to lead to better training, to better education, and so many different ways. I spoke about the culture, I spoke about education. We should educate our engineers more. Civil engineers, architects, I'm not entirely sure that they are taught fire engineering or fire safety management in the university. I had an Anglo-Saxon education in the UK. Let me tell you that in my bachelor, things like safety, fire and all that were, like perhaps 1% of the time that I spent in the university. It is not only about education, high, like university education, it is also about specialized education, executive education, education that is focused on specific areas of the fire profession that should be advanced. We don't have this in this country yet, and it is, there is a lot of room for improvement for that. Law enforcement, and I'm not talking about the fire service, law enforcement should be stricter in many cases. The last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we have a lot of fires in specific industrial areas, in specific parts of industrial areas. I'm not implying anything here, but I'm under the impression that the law should be more strict and more enforced in many ways. Otherwise, you end up having to call the fire service that comes to suppress the fire, and they end up, unfortunately, answering to questions that were not directed at them at all, because they were not the ones that licensed these industries and all that. I will say my opinion very openly, and I will say that the current law with regards to occupational safety and health risk assessment and non-existent fire risk assessment should be changed. And we should have periodic fire risk assessments. Is it going to be for, like the little kiosk down, like on the street? I don't think so. There are clever solutions. We can come up, like with a very structured discussion that is going to lead to the adoption of periodicity in when we have to carry these fire risk assessments. And talking about fire risk assessments on occupational safety and health risk assessments, it is very important to remember that they should be conducted by people that are trained. I have 5 more minutes. I got stressed. Okay. I spoke about the critical infrastructure protection. I'm under the impression that we have to revisit the critical infrastructure protection question in general, because I'm under the impression that a lot of things are left, and I'm not implying or I'm not, like pointing the finger at anyone. I'm under the impression it is also the owners, the managers, that they carry the burden as well, that we should be more careful with that. One thing is that our fire code is not applicable in retrospect. So, for example, for a building that was built, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years ago, it is uncertain where I can go and apply the current fire code, which in my eyes should not be the case. Talking about critical infrastructure protection, I think we should, at that time it was a highly political issue. I'm not a politician and I'm not going to talk, I'm not a political analyst at all. I think we should, now there is a lot of time that have passed from the Marie explosion. I think it is a great opportunity to revisit the case, to go back, forget the politics, forget the political part and see what worked, what didn't work. Because apparently, I'm sure like there were political decisions, but there were technical issues that were not functioning. And they go back to the number of state actors that I mentioned in the very first slide. If you have too many players, you may end up like Galacticos, if you remember, of Real Madrid 10 years ago. Greatest players ever, but never managed to get a championship, unfortunately. A question is that, like keeps on coming to my mind, and I think it is a very critical question. Are we able to handle multiple episodes? I'm talking about multiple high-impact episodes. I'm a university professor, so I have to say that we should invest in more university education and research. Unfortunately, our National Research Foundation, the Research Promotion Foundation of our country, does not have fire and catastrophes as one of the areas that is really focusing upon. Not at all. There was a horizontal line about critical infrastructure protection at some point. Perhaps it is still there, the smart specialization strategy of the country, but I'm under the impression that many more things and many more details can be added to that. We don't have fire testing facilities. We need fire testing facilities. If we have small-scale fire testing facilities and someone thinks that I was ignorant, I apologize. Perhaps I am. But we need higher level and impact fire testing facilities. And we need an immediate and increased long-term political strategy on fire safety and security issues that we didn't have at the moment. We have a beginning under this new government, which I hope that it is going to be fostered and it is going to be more and more in the years to come. But in order to achieve this, we have to have a service reform that, as I said, started happening. 1 minute, just to say why I'm here today. I'm here because of my colleagues. Some of them are here. Georgia, Clelia, you're going to see later. Georgia, you're not going to see later, unfortunately, so you can look at her now. Perhaps other colleagues of mine are here. I come from European University Cyprus, the Center for Risk and Decision Sciences. About 30 people working together. Funded, not from the government, but from a lot of hard work and very highly competitive calls of the European Union mainly, and national funds as well, trying to work in a horizontal risk issue with a lot of applications into fires, safety and security, and all that. I'm not going to bore you anymore with these details. I think I was on time. Thank you very much. I think I was exactly on time. Okay, I have 30 more seconds. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I stay? Yeah, I'm going to come here. Yeah, okay. Do you take a seat now? Okay, I take the only seat.
Okay, the way we're going to run this event today is by having sessions where we have some guests up and have like a question and answer sessions for different people. We already have some questions come through, and my piece of paper's gone, wherever that's gone. I'll find that in a minute. So we're just going to set up, give us literally 1 minute, and then we're going to continue with this. Then we're going to have a break afterwards. So just bear with us while we set up the chairs up here. Adam, I can't find my papers. If they were here, but they've gone. Have you got a spare set? Okay, we're welcome to the stage various people in different areas, which I'll introduce to you now. This is Sir Ken Knight over here. Sir Ken is the ex-London Fire Commissioner, the government's representative on a number of occasions to represent the fire service on behalf of the Queen previously and obviously the King now. He's also a very world-renowned fire safety expert. George, who's just spoken now, Dr. George Boustras, who's just spoken, he's going to join us as well. We have Helicos Pasades, there you are, there. Welcome. Chief Executive Officer of Cybarco Contracting. Inspector Nikos Nikolaou, oh, there we go. Head of Private Security Office for Cyprus Police, Combating Crime Department at the Police Headquarters. Vakis Joachim, Certificates Compliance Manager, Fire Pro Systems. There we are. Welcome. And Mr. Lefteris Kanalos, the Director of FIA Cyprus, who I introduced roughly earlier. So I'm going to pose a few questions, but it's really about audience participation. At the very end of our presentation this afternoon, we'll do a full question and answer that may grow. But at any time, we have a microphone, hopefully, to be able to go out to somebody. If you wave your hand in the air, this gentleman over here will come to you with a question. So I'm going to kick it off with ones we've had online and ask the panel individually. This is kind of a general question. Anybody can kick this off. But the first one I had here sent to me is, what is the biggest challenge to improving the fire industry, and how can FIA Cyprus help do that? I think, Lefteris, would you mind kicking that off? You knew I was going to ask you first, so.
I knew. Hello, thank you all for being here. Thank you for FIA that assisted us to finance and organize this great conference. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here and have you here. The challenge is the absence of standards. The standards exist, but we don't follow them. And that creates a huge risk to all of us, to our families, to the workplaces, to all the places that we enter. Coming from the fire detection part, there was a discussion before with an insurance executive about, yes, we want to know if there is fire detection, for example, in a room. Yeah, but is that fire detection done in a proper way? Have they followed the code, the standards? Are they using the right cable? Are they having in mind the challenges that are structural in terms of the installation to fire detection? And plenty of things that I don't want to bore you now, but there is an integral part of this approach that we need to change. And in order to change it, we need everybody's help. We need the help from, obviously, the people like Dr. Boustras, who was here, and he has this as a mission to protect everybody. We need people from the fire service. We need the insurance companies. We need engineers of all sorts. We need simple people that, like us, like me, you and me, that we're going in a place and we're saying, are there smoke detectors? Are they working? And so many other things that we need to put together to put in effect the standards, put in effect following the best practices. And that's a big challenge. And that's what we're trying to do here today.
Thank you. It's the same question, and Sir Ken, if I can pose the same thing to you, because you know what FIA does in UK through interrelations. So I'll ask the same question, and maybe from your knowledge of what FIA can offer, is what is the biggest challenge to improve the fire safety industry, and how can FIA Cyprus help?
Yeah, well thanks very much indeed, and thank you for the FIA and FIA Cyprus for inviting me here. I'm delighted to be here, and I've already been made very welcome, including by the Cyprus Fire and Rescue Service, so thank you for that. It strikes me, and my background, my DNA is fire, having been over 40 years in the fire service before becoming a government advisor, and including, as Ian has said, as Chief of London. And my experience tells me that for too long we've treated fire in silos between the Fire and Rescue Service, sometimes just operations and response, secondly fire safety and fire safety, and thirdly the industry itself, so they're separate bodies. And I much prefer to talk about the fire sector as one, because we're going to get maximum out of it. And so I know from my experience that even in the largest fire brigade that I was chief of, which was London Fire Brigade, I did not have the resources for research, development, and new product. I had to turn to the industry to find where new innovation was, sometimes for firefighter protection, sometimes for building protection. But unless we work together without conflict and as a fire sector together, I think we'll continue to not operate effectively.
Thank you. The next question I've got on my list, I'm still looking for hands at any time, by the way. What is the role of Cyprus police in fire safety? Nikos, I think this is perfect for you to answer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moore. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to express, on behalf of the Chief of Cyprus Police and myself, our warm thanks to the organizers for the invitation to participate in this interesting, valuable conference. It is with great pleasure that Cyprus Police attends and participates in this initiative, which has been conducted in the framework of improving fire safety and is organized by such a pioneer organization like FIA and FIA Cyprus. About the role of Cyprus Police, as it is known, on April 23 of 2021, the plenary session of the House of Representatives passed the Fire Service Law, establishing the Cyprus Fire Service as an independent body separated from the Cyprus Police organizational structure. Someone may argue that now Cyprus Police has no significant role to play in fire prevention and firefighting issues. Of course, this is not true. Cyprus Police, beyond the operational contribution and support in fire incidents, the participation in all action plans related to fire prevention and firefighting, is the organization, according to the existing legislation 125 of 2007, responsible to issue licenses to officers and their staff for delivering technical services such as installation and maintenance of fire systems. The police section responsible for this task is the Private Security Office of Cyprus Police. It's the office that issues on behalf of the chief of Cyprus Police the licenses after the examination and approval of certain applications. According to the existing legislation, most of the licensed services offered are related with the protection and security and not with safety, like surveillance of people, protection of properties, VIP protection, money transfer, etc. Although it was mentioned previously, there are services that are not related only with physical protection. There are also services related with technical aspects, like, as we said, installation, maintenance, and operation of alarm and security systems, fire safety systems, fire detectors, and fire extinguishing systems. The applicants, according to the legislation, shall comply with certain requirements and criteria in order to get approved and get a license. These requirements are related with age, the nationality. Nationality, we mean that there should be Cypriots or European citizens, with the mental health of the people that apply for the license, criminal backgrounds, and etc. According to the law, it should be, I should mention here that in case that someone provides any service dealing with the related legislation without a license, is an offense. It's an offense with, which is punishable to 2 years imprisonment maximum, or 30,000 euros as a fine. According to the law, when a person requests a security license, is obliged to follow specific training by private instructors and succeeding examination organized by the Cyprus police. Something that unfortunately does not oblige in cases of licenses dealing with technical services. This challenge is identified and we discuss it with the relevant authorities in order to reach in certain settlements, like setting specific criteria, technical qualifications and standards, and implement some specific examinations. That's all from my part.
Thank you. Yeah, the collaboration is clearly still there, isn't it? Even with the separation.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. A question here on construction, which I'm going to pose to Heracles over here. What is the state of fire safety in construction at the moment in Cyprus? We know that in UK we're still working very hard at that, because it's a very common area for fires is during the construction stage, for a number of reasons. There's no real regulations about who's doing what and where, and different trades are coming together and leaving behind things that could incite other areas for fire. So what's your views on fire safety and construction sites in Cyprus?
Got a question at the back, by the way.
Okay. We'll just answer this one first, and then I'll come to you.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this panel, giving us the opportunity to discuss these important issues, and thanks for organizing this seminar. My background before construction was consultancy and then government services, so I will answer the question, but I strongly believe, I have strong views that fire strategy and fire prevention, fire strategy in general, is a multifaceted process that involves much more than construction or design. It begins through design, goes through the life of the building and the end users. But I'll do my best to answer the question you posed. So in my view, fire safety during construction has two facets. The first is fire safety of the building and the people there during the construction period, which is what you pretty much implied in the question. And yes, the scope, of course, is to save lives and save property in the event of a fire, but try and prevent fires in the first place, if that's possible. And that's obviously part of the health and safety plan that needs to be developed at the beginning of construction as a follow-up to the health and safety plan of the design. That plan, of course, is a live document, needs to be updated. Construction is unpredictable, and many changes occur during the construction processes. Most of the people here know. That document and the policies and the prevention and response to fire need to be updated as things change during the construction. Obviously, there are requirements to have passive and active fire protection measures. Even simple things like site cleanliness is an important factor in preventing fires. There is guidance, but there are new challenges in the construction industry, as has been mentioned already. We have high-rise buildings now being constructed, much higher than in the past. They pose different kinds of challenges in the fire strategy than other typical buildings. We are catching up. We are using consultants. We are trying to get expertise from other countries, and that's why things like FIA, or organizations like the FIA Cyprus, I think, are going to prove invaluable. And we need to keep both as an industry and as a country and as services up to date with what's happening and try to get the best of our experience. And that, of course, relates to fire safety during construction. But construction also plays an important part in ensuring that the design fire safety strategies are carried through to the end of the project. So obviously we need to ensure that specifications relating to fire safety, amongst other things, are followed and respected. Installation of those measures is done properly, and I've heard the word competency before. Competency is an important factor. It's not enough to just have the right materials and the right equipment if they're not installed and used properly. Any changes during construction need to have approval by the client, which effectively means approval by the original designers who understand the fire strategy of the building. And of course, any changes and any original design parameters are accurately reflected in the as-built drawings that the contractor typically has to prepare at the end of the project and submit to the client. And of course, that's when the challenges begin, because that information should not be staying with the client. It's an important piece in the thread of the overall fire safety strategy for that building. That information needs to be disseminated and available to stakeholders, but that's another discussion that I hope we'll have a chance to discuss later.
That's nice. I mean, obviously a lot of technology comes along as well. We know from our members that the wireless technologies are getting better and better. There's almost temporary fire alarms as you go along. That's just as important because of that construction stage. And there's a lot of technology, and hopefully we can help feed that in, that information.
Thank you.
There was a question in the corner. The gentleman over there, there's a microphone coming your way. Could you state your name, your company, and then your question, please?
Yeah, hi everyone. It's Marios Alexandrou from Clark Banks Fire Engineering. So, yeah, it's indeed remarkable that we're all here today, and thank you very much to all the organizers. My question is, I'm going to refer to your talk, George. You mentioned that the government really wants to promote safety, and fire safety, obviously, it's a key part. Shouldn't then be our first aim to regulate the profession if we want to invest in fire safety? And as you mentioned, the fact that none of us is registered in the local engineering council as a fire engineer, it's a bit problematic. And I don't know how it's, you know, the law came out like more than 6 years ago, and then the regulation, it's out 4 years now, and yet the engineering council didn't regulate the profession. And I understand that there's no will from EDEC or the brigade, I don't know about the government, to make any steps towards that. Yeah, I don't know whether FIA can somehow contribute in pushing towards that direction, and with what means they can do it, or it can just be a gate for UK manufacturers to expand their sales and clientele. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexandrou, for your question, which is not provocative, but very good question, seriously, because it raises, like a lot of dialogue. Let me tell you that I'm not a representative of the government, but I'm giving you my own opinion from seeing what is happening in the last few months. You are absolutely right. But as a non-politician and as a simple citizen like we are, I think I can give you my impression of what is happening. Everyday politics is about 1,000 battles that have to be given that generate 1,000 more battles. So I recognize the wish of the government to work harder on these issues, and the announcements of last week about, I believe, some fundamental reforms are there. This start creating some sort of beginning, not of a culture, but of thinking about creating a culture. And I think step by step there are going to be certain issues. I'm under the impression, I have read this in the news, I saw, like the engineering chamber meetings, like with the fire service and all that, into raising the level of fire safety. I absolutely agree with you that we are in an area which is in between. We are sitting on the fence. There are legislations, there are some standards. I think Efteri said that very, very, very well before. There are a lot of them are not respected. To my students, I always start with the same thing. When you came here, did you drive? Say yes. Tell me that you never passed a red traffic light. Oops. Say, yeah, well, I've done it. So I shouldn't. It's time, this is why I'm talking about the culture. It is time for all these issues to be in the agenda. They were not in the agenda. They are not in the agenda, in the everyday agenda. And that's why we see all this relaxation of the culture, of the safety culture. There are so many things that need to be done, and they are not happening. But in your question whether FIA can be instrumental to that, I mentioned this in my slides too. I believe this is the first time that there is an actor that can be taken seriously. An actor that represents, an actor that comes with a positive agenda, with knowledge, with the capacity. Look at that. Look, like I'm amazed, I'm impressed by the number of people and who is represented here. Okay, so by nature I'm very positive and I'm very optimistic. I'm even more optimistic, and not only by nature, by what I see, what I experience, and I notice here today.
Thank you. Vakis, there's no sort of set question, but I know what you do. So my question is really about compliance. Okay. And how do you feel that, I think we've just had an indication there that we have these rules and regulations in place, but nobody seems to comply to them. Where do you think we need to go with compliance and certification with products?
I will come to this in a second. First of all, I would like to thank everybody for being here and FIA for inviting me to be a member of the panel. If I may start with what Mr. Nico said before about the police work in fire safety, I would say that police did excellent work during COVID time in making sure that people, or not more than the people allowed, could be in a certain place. And we can see that in the fire industry, the maximum occupancy is never respected, especially if, let's say, we see clubs opening that may be successful for a certain time, and we'll see probably if they are allowed to 400 people, they may have 600, 700. So police proved us that they can enforce this if there is a need to do so in a certain establishment or a venue or whatever. Of course, along with the fire brigade, who are doing also an excellent job. So this part, I believe, we proved that as a society we can achieve that. And maximal occupancy, we see that if it's exceeded and we have a fire, is the most important and detrimental effect to human life. I would also add to something that Mr. Passadi said before, a very simple thing that I see it a lot also in construction sites, that some people, they don't realize that any hot work conducted, let's say welding or working with a grinder, should be away from combustible materials. Again, all this needs education. Of course, all these requirements are in the standards, are in the regulations, but it's a matter of education for people to follow it. And I'm sure the Cypriot companies are doing good work on this part. They have their safety officers who are constantly on top of the employees. And if I may come to the compliance aspect regarding the standards, being a member of CEN committees and ISO committees and also some America NFPA committees, participating in where the standards are created for the fire extinguishing technology. And actually, I may add something to what you, Ian, said before about FIA members being actively participating in CEN committees. Actually, at 11, we had the CEN Technical Committee 191 for fixed fire extinguishing system, chaired by Robert Thilthorpe, who is very actively in FIA.
One of my
so unfortunately, I send my apologies to Robert. I will get the minutes and follow what has been discussed. So being a member of all these committees and where the standards are created and the working groups that are formed in order to discuss the creation of a standard and how the compliance to the standard will be beneficial to the society. We see all the discussions that are taking place, all the new developments, all the concerns that everybody has, every country. Cyprus is, let's say, in CEN 191 is participating members. Some countries are observer members. They don't have the right to vote. Also in ISO committees, Cyprus, and I would like to thank also the Cyprus Standard Organization for the excellent work in supporting the delegates like myself, and I'm sure some other members, other delegates may be here. So being in this, all these committees, we can vote. And let's say if we see that something is good for Cyprus, we can support it. If we see that something, let's say, is not relevant or something shouldn't be there or something should be changed that would affect the Cyprus industry or the Cyprus climate, environmental issues in general, we can submit our comments, we can discuss it, we can exchange views. Of course, some comments may be accepted, some comments may be rejected. So in these committees, Cyprus also has the opportunity to hear about the latest developments, hear about, because always in these working groups and committees, you don't hear all the advantages of a certain technology or disadvantages. You will hear specifically, the more discussion will be on the disadvantages and how we can make sure that through these standards, we can mitigate the risk coming from those disadvantages, coming to Dr. Boustra's expertise, risk assessment. Any standard, how good it is, it will need also the risk assessment on part of the designer, the one who will design the system, the one who make the installation, the consultant who is going to approve it. So risk assessment is also an important factor, because a standard, no matter how good it is, cannot cover everything. So risk assessment is important.
Okay, thank you very much. We're actually out of time, but I'd see your question. I've got a couple of points here. Sorry, I'll go back to the microphone. Sir Ken and Lefteris want to say something. Sir Ken, over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Not only is it an impressive auditorium full of people from all professions, but I was really interested to this debate because we've heard about competency and we've heard about culture, but I think the third C I would want to consider in the context of this debate is clarity. Clarity of who is responsible for the design of the building of the building, throughout the occupation of the building, and even what's the clarity about who is who is responsible for enforcement for failure. And it's lessons we've had to learn, which I'll talk about in a minute. But I think all of those 3 C's are vital in this journey in order to get this right, not just for the industry, but actually for the safety of people and the safety of people that live in buildings, work in buildings, and visit buildings.
Thank you. Lefteris?
I would like to talk about membership. And this is the part where all of you can help FIA Cyprus to carry on with their mission. And we need everybody's help. There are 23 founding members already that are here today, and I would like to thank them personally for assisting us to start this association. But our way forward is with everybody. And as Sir Ken said, there are plenty of professions in this room that we're all related and we're all part of this journey. So find us on the booth, on the break, declare your interest, and we would love to have you as members to help us proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for no more questions. We're actually out of time, but by all means approach these gentlemen outside. We're going to have a break now for coffee and tea. Can I ask you to be back here again at 12 o'clock? And again, I ask, please go to the stands and visit the people. So they come a long way to come and show you what they can do and some capabilities. So back here at 12 o'clock, and Sir Ken Knight will be presenting on the post-Grenfell. Thank you.
Really good. Hang on, I mean,
it's almost trying to push them in through the door to come in, but there's only so many times you can ask nicely. But we're a little bit behind. I'm going to shout at the door the old-fashioned way. Excuse me.
You don't need to go as far as the door, does he? Look at that. Did you shout fire or something?
The dudes are meant to do it. I mean, we're running out the door. Like, no, I didn't mean it. It's a joke.
Only joking. I'll take this off. It's not so good for the photo shots, is it?
Can we hold it for you?
No, I'll put it on. The preparation was worth it, wasn't it? My goodness, man. Everyone I've spoken to said we're amazed about the numbers in the room.
Still leave half an hour. I'll just have to push something to the panel discussions back. So that's fine. Just take your time.
Keep 30 minutes for this, even if we...
Yeah, you've got 30 minutes, so whatever you tell me to start. That's why I keep this on there as well.
He said my mic was soft just now, so he said, well, I speak up. I think I wasn't speaking from here. I was speaking with one of his head things.
Yeah, there we go. It's okay. Sorry to do that. Okay, welcome back. Hope you've had a quick coffee and a biscuit and ready to go again. This is one of our most important presentations we have today, and hopefully we're seeing the images you saw earlier of the Grenfell Tower, which has affected nearly everything we do going forward now in the last few years. And Sir Ken Knight is going to run through. He was on the government's expert committee and was called in immediately the fire happened, literally the following day. And I know because I did a couple of sessions with Sir Ken in the early days with technical support. But he's the guy to chair the expert committee immediately after Grenfell, the government asked. So this is Sir Ken Knight. Please welcome him to the lessons learned from Grenfell in high-rise buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed for not just the warm welcome today, the warm welcome I felt during my few days here this week from meeting colleagues, as I've said. It's an incredible occasion to see so many experts, as we've touched on already, and to have the opportunity to share and learn these issues together. It's a tough question to try to, which Ian asked me to do, would I just give you everything about Grenfell in 30 minutes when a public inquiry has so far taken 6 years and not reported back? But nevertheless, what I want to do is just to talk you through, first of all, not the fire itself, but I can't avoid starting with the fire because not all of you will have been so conscious of the fire as perhaps we were in the UK in particular. So I'm just going to start with a couple of slides to put that position in place so that you can remind yourself of probably what this looked like, and just then talk about what happened after the fire and where we are now, because we're not through it yet, and we talked about changing legislation in that last panel session and what might happen, and the UK, England in particular, by the way, because Scotland has different regulations, is not quite that there, and it's a huge task, and I'll tell you why. So Grenfell Tower itself was predominantly what we call social housing. It wasn't entirely social housing. Some of it was privately bought accommodation. It was designed in '67, a typical concrete block of that era, pretty non-combustible as a concrete and pretty ugly architecture. I'm sorry to the architects in the room, but it was a pretty ugly piece of architecture. It was built in 1972 to 74. It was 24 stories high, and then in 2014-16, it was decided it would be refurbished. It wasn't to make it look prettier. It wasn't to change the colour, as some people have suggested. It was actually to make it more habitable. Concrete buildings of that kind were cold and damp and very expensive for the residents to heat. And so by cladding it with new materials and insulation, you could make their lives, we thought, much more bearable and much more comfortable in a modern flat. And at the same time in 2014 to 16, when it was completed, 9 further flats were added as well in the lower floors. So it was a major refurbishment that required building regulations approval to the England standards. And then a year after the refurbishment was finished, in the early hours of 2017, a fire started in a refrigerator on the 4th floor. It was London Fire Brigade. It doesn't mean to say they're any better than anyone else. I just happened to have been chief there. But they were there within 5 minutes, and they were attending the 4th floor fire and putting water on that fire in that kitchen, which they knew the fridge was alight. They thought the fire was out. They thought the job was done. The fire actually spread, though, from the back, unseen, from the back of the refrigerator, out through the window and in the external cladding that had been put on to the outside of the structure. My background and history, as I said, was a firefighter by DNA, but I was then the government's chief fire advisor, and after that had been advisor to government on a number of areas, which I'll talk about. The fire, and for that reason, I did actually go into Grenfell after the fire, not at the fire, after the fire, to get a view of what was going on and how it had happened. And this was the sort of site inside, the devastation inside the Grenfell Tower itself that you can see. Of course, 72 people died, which was absolutely tragic, which was the greatest loss of life since in a structure of this kind since the Second World War in public deaths. 70 were injured and 223 escaped. And it's etched itself on the history, as Ian Moore said this morning, unlike the Great Fire of London in 1666, which had wide-ranging devastation, but only 6 people died. This was a single building in which 73 people very sadly lost their lives. As I've said, it was the worst UK residential fire since the Second World War. And I wanted to talk about shock, because why it was that it was a shock to everyone in the profession, firefighters, fire engineers, fire experts. How could this possibly happen? That we were satisfied that building safety was reasonable, our building regulations looked fine, and yet here was a major loss of life in our capital city that we were ashamed of. And the shock I talk about here is because we were used to fire deaths becoming lower and lower. When I first started in my fire profession, in England alone, there were 750 deaths a year, a tremendously high number of deaths in the home. It's currently, and at the time of Grenfell fire, around 180 to 200 deaths a year, a huge reduction through fire safety, preventative measures, smoke detectors in the home, foam-filled furniture, a number of measures that have brought down those very high deaths. So if you'd asked anyone before Grenfell of the likelihood of a serious fire and a death occurring in a high-rise flat, even though as a firefighter I will have been to many fires, very rarely did the fire spread outside the flat itself, let alone to multiple flats. And it's driven the conversation to be about buildings versus people. Is it buildings that make the risk, or is it people? Actually, we still know it's about people, not about buildings. I wouldn't want people to assume that I'm saying that all high-rise buildings are high-risk buildings, because we know the statistics don't show that. In fact, in the UK statistics, bungalows, single-storey dwellings, are higher in deaths than high-rise buildings. Now, that's not because bungalows are high risk. That's because of the demography that generally in the UK, elderly people are more likely to live in those buildings than in other buildings. And our building regulations as well, we thought were pretty sound. We've got fire engineers in this room and fire engineers from the UK in this room, and would tell you that. We thought the building regulations we had looked okay. But the fire itself, you see, spread out of that window, and the major cause of that very rapid fire spread, in fact, from the 4th floor right to the top and round the building, was the cladding on the outside of the building. It's called ACM, aluminium cladding material, and many experts will know about that from here. And it's very innocuous to look at, and frankly, it's no thicker than a coin. I've got a piece here, which I bought from my expert panel, of the material that burnt. It's literally as thick as a coin. It's got aluminium on the outside, but inside it is a material to keep those apart, not for insulation, just to keep it apart, and it has a polyethylene core in this case. And the inquiry described the polyethylene core as like solid petrol. In fact, it burns worse than solid petrol. And I'll come back to the ACM in a moment. I put this slide on. This isn't Grenfell, but this is since Grenfell. This is a fire in London 2 years after Grenfell. And I thought I'd show you what building regulations said in 2010 in the UK, in England. I can't include Scotland. And so Grenfell had to apply to this very simple legal requirement, as did this building, that the external walls of the building shall adequately resist the spread of fire over the walls. A pretty simple understanding statement, you'd hope, for designers, for architects, for fire engineers. But I wonder if you think that, having seen the pictures of Grenfell and having seen this picture of lower rise flats, that you think they met building regulations. And the answer is they didn't, of course. The answer is they didn't. And the question is why, which I'm going to come on to. But more importantly, how was it that we've got a number of buildings that we thought were safe because our building regs were good? And I've put the flat fires statistics on there that I mentioned earlier. All dwelling fires were down 21% in the UK from 2009-10. and fires in high-rise flats were down 43%. So you'd be really complacent if you were not careful to believe that actually there was no problem lurking here amongst fire in the UK, and that 93% of flats, as I've said, 93%, the fire didn't ever spread from the flat outside the front door of the flat. So you can see why I've said this was a shock. It was an immense shock that it had occurred. And the requirement for that external cladding, and by the way, this is purely, it's called rain screen, it's purely to keep the water from the outside elements off the insulation on the inside it, and then you've got the wall. So you've got the wall, the insulation, and then cladding. And by the way, it isn't a single failure. So although I want to highlight the ACM cladding in this conversation, there are many other faults. And like many other disasters that occur around the world, it's not a single moment of failure. There are often many failures that come together at the wrong time to make that disaster. But the requirements were quite simple in building regulations, that if you couldn't meet that very simple requirement that fire wouldn't spread on the outside of the building, you were required to test it. And this is an example of a test that was taking place on panels. So you should say, well, I'm not sure about this, says the designer, says the architect, I'm going to have it tested. Was the Grenfell panels ever tested? No. So there was no test, and it didn't meet the requirements. And the immediate aftermath, as Ian's referred to, literally in days of this devastation, I was phoned by a government department to chair an independent expert advisory panel into not what had happened, but are there any more buildings like that in the UK? Now that's a big question, isn't it? How do you know how many buildings that are not built correctly? They're not declared as not built correctly, are they? How do you know what's correctly? And I'll tell you what we were looking at, and that's why I brought these very simple samples, because we knew there are three types of cladding. They look similar. One is highly combustible. One has a fire-resisting rating, and one is non-combustible. And our job was to say to government, as experts, I chaired the experts, I wouldn't claim to be an expert, I brought together fire engineers, structural engineers, building safety people to say, how do we know if there are other buildings like that? And if I tell you privately, I think in our first discussions we said, this must be a rogue contractor, a rogue designer. Are there any other 2 or 3 buildings that maybe this designer had designed? So we set around designing a test, a very simple test that could be done on this material with scientists. And it wasn't done by taking cladding off. It was done by boring a very small hole in the side of buildings and taking it and testing in a laboratory called a bomb calorimeter test, to test just a few grams of the material. And by the few grams of material, it could tell you whether it was 1, 2, or 3. And as a result of that test, we had a picture that the government was seeking much faster than we could ever have done it reasonably, because who knows what's on buildings built for the last 60, 50 years. We didn't find 3 buildings at all. We found 1,000 buildings, high-rise buildings, that had got the same cladding material on the outside. And that started a whole raft of changes that were needed to recognise that there was something seriously wrong in our built environment. The first formal inquiry, and is still open, was by the Metropolitan Police in London. They started formal investigation, interviewing people under caution and investigation for potential criminal manslaughter and corporate manslaughter. And the decision on that Metropolitan Police is awaited, not because they're taking a long time, because they have to wait for now the public inquiry to finish its course before they come to the conclusion. So you could think in your mind, who might that be in this field of recladding a building, redesigning a building, refurbing a building? That might be. I'm not going to share with you who's been interviewed and who's been interviewed under caution, but it's included most of the professions in this room by definition. including the Fire and Rescue Service. So no one is absolved from saying, what was your role in satisfying yourselves that this building was safe? So that police investigation was done, and it's open, and it's awaiting the public inquiry. The next was that the government commissioned an independent review of building regulations and fire safety by a person called Judith Hackett, Dame Judith Hackett, and she produced an independent review of fire safety called Building a Safer Future. It was a report, a very, very detailed report in 2 stages. The final report produced in 2018. It had 53 recommendations about changes to regulations, changes to requirements, changes to the regulator themselves, and how buildings were built, managed and maintained, to look at culture and competence. Look at that, we've talked about culture and competence today. To look at culture and competence throughout the professions. Just having a qualification doesn't mean to say you're competent, and just having done it once doesn't mean to say you're capable of doing very complex buildings. Giving the residents themselves a voice. The residents had previously said they were unhappy about some of the safety measures, but no one had listened. No one had taken those conversations seriously. And a golden thread. Her golden thread of information, which is a very powerful message. I was talking earlier on about this, is to say right from the first stages of designing these buildings, particularly the higher risk buildings, keeping data, electronic data on the building itself that runs through the whole of the life of the building. So that as the building is changed and it's amended and it's added to, you can see exactly what's gone from the life of the building. But more importantly, the golden thread is not just a single core of golden thread of information. It's got what I call fibers in it that relate to everyone involved in the building. So some of those fibers actually end up being in the information for fire and rescue services for attending an incident. What do they need to know about the building? What was it built of? Where are the exits? Where are the amendments being made of it? Some of the fire engineers that are making amendments at a later stage. Some are to architects that need to change the building later on. Now this is a long-term project, but the analysis was as simple and simplistic as saying, how is it that when you have a brake failure in your car, you tell Nissan and they can do a product recall on the whole of that model throughout the world, and we don't know where the issues are in buildings without cutting holes in them and saying, where are these buildings at risk? And so the golden thread is intended over the long term, through the whole life of the building, to keep a digital record of the information on the building. And the government fully accepted Dame Judith Hackett's findings, and in doing so have now produced 23 pieces of legislation. They're often linked to each other. There's a new Building Safety Act, a new Building Act, or amendments to the existing Building Act, a Fire Safety Act, which in England, the UK Fire and Rescue Services have responsibility for, not just for firefighting, but they also have responsibility for enforcement of fire safety order requirements in buildings. And the Fire Safety and the Fire and Rescue Service can enforce by taking action against the building owner, the responsible person, or indeed close a building, whether it's a hotel, whether it's a block of flats, or whether it's a shop. And it reduced a definition for higher risk buildings. It deliberately didn't call them high risk, higher risk buildings, which are defined as all buildings over 18 metres needing special attention. And it also introduced a very new building safety regulator to come into force, which has started. It also produced a new regulator on construction products. How do you know that when you're building the building, that construction products aren't changed during construction? Different products are being put into the building that were originally designed to be put in the building. So there's a construction products regulator, and clearer roles, responsibilities, and sanctions for those people that get it wrong. Now, it's important to remember that the higher risk buildings, those 18 metres or over, were required to be registered with the new building safety regulator by the 1st of October 2023, just a few days ago. and on the closing of that date, after that they are criminally responsible for not registering their building. We'll go to the next stage, but the closing of that, the building safety regulator has received over 14,000 registered buildings over 18 metres that the building safety regulator now has to look at the safety case for, which will take many years to run through before they are satisfied. And the last piece I just want to mention is the public inquiry. A public inquiry is a big deal, of course. A judge-led public inquiry in this case, taking evidence over many, many months throughout the inquiry, televised as to the public, and in 2 stages. The phase 1 of the event was the inquiry was what happened on the night, what the firefighters saw, how fast was the fire spread, what the residents saw, what they heard, just on the night, what happened, and made recommendations. In fact, phase 1 of the inquiry, even at that stage, found this building clearly didn't meet building regulations. You couldn't make up that it didn't stop the fire spreading on the outside of the wall. It clearly did, and those recommendations were published. Phase 2 background was completed in 2022, and that covered some very interesting sections and very harrowing sections. It covered how the building was refurbished, who was responsible for refurbishing it, what materials were used, how did they specify them, what tests did they do to make sure that they were safe, the testing and certification of the products, the competence of the people that specified the work for the building itself, the responsibilities of the local authority, the local council, the responsibilities of social housing, the aftermath of the fire, what happened afterwards and how was that dealt with. London Fire Brigade was brought again back into that spotlight it did, about what it did before the fire, about fire safety and visits to the premises. Central government was actually brought to the inquiries about what it had done about the law and the changing law. How didn't it see this coming? Expert evidence was given, and of course inquest evidence was also given. And I just quote from one of the QCs that spoke, who said, there was something like 30, I did actually appear, I had to appear before the public inquiry, and it was quite daunting because there's about 30 lawyers and representatives and obviously a judge and being questioned. And the QC for the bereaved and survivors said that, on this summing up, the evidence revealed an industry which were content to push hazardous products onto the marketplace and sought to market them dishonestly. They actually described the products dishonestly in their marketing material as though they were fit for purpose for this kind of building. So we're now waiting for the final report. 6 years on, we're waiting for the final report, but that sounds a long time, and it is, but the new law is in place, the new building safety regulator is in place, we know where those buildings are, and we have a new building safety regulator who is not responsible just for high-rise, but all buildings in the UK. And it means that in early 2024, we will expect to see the outcome of that inquiry, the public inquiry, which will make quite profound recommendations, I'm sure. And indeed, we'll see the police come back into action and decide out of that evidence, are there people that should be prosecuted at any stage leading up to this terrible incident. So thank you for listening. I am grateful that you've been able to hear what has been a real run through very quickly through Grenfell inquiry, and there's a lot more to go. And a lot of us have felt very scarred by the occasion. But I know that the industry itself, including the widest sense of that industry and the fire sector, from fire and rescue service, fire engineers, providers of equipment, have worked very hard to find solutions since the fire that we hope will ensure that this never happens again. Thank you. Yep. And because I'm standing here, I'm now going to chair a panel as well. So I'm going to move to the next panel. panel session, please, in order that we can, so we have the next panelists on the stage. It's the challenges of the modern fire and rescue service. So if I could have those panelists up, that would be good. Thank you. So we have Inspector Theophanis Farkim, Head of Fire Prevention, Cyprus Fire Service, Dr. Christos Kaleshis, Head of Operations and Research Development, Scientist of Unmanned Systems Research Laboratory, USRL, and KSC Cyprus Institute, Kostas Papagiogi, Senior Conservator of Forests and Head of the Fire Protection and Forest Fire Engineering Sector and Department of Forest Cyprus, Bernie Higgins, Fire Consultant, Mossmart UK, Alistair Brown, Managing Director of Angloco, and Georgios Andreou, ICT Business Development Manager, Wings ICT Solutions, and I really apologise for my pronunciations of some of those names. Okay. So I'm now going to kick off this session, which we've got as questions. Can I first of all see if there's any questions in the hall for this team? Because I have got, yes, thank you. Can we have a microphone at the back there, please? Because we have got some questions I know that people sent us in. The microphone's coming up. Yes, just down this middle row. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Fivos. I'm a fire engineer, work for BB7 Cyprus. I have a question for the fire service. That's okay?
Yes, thank you.
So we talk about the fire codes that we have now available in Cyprus. It's not clear in my mind what the current process is in terms of developing fire strategies and getting approval from the fire service. We understand that fire service has the role of consultee. However, my current understanding is that fire service goes one step further or two steps further, and they take the role of designer, consultee, and approving the fire strategy. So my question is, when is the decision for the fire service to request from a client, from a design team, a developer, that you need to have a fire engineer as part of this project to develop a fire strategy for this building? Do you have a threshold height? Is it based on square meters of a building, or this is not defined in the code?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Theophanis to start, because it probably starts you being named in this question, but if giving you some more thinking time for those that want to answer as well. Do you want to try to answer that first question?
Yeah. First of all, I have to say that I'm very happy to be here today. I see many professionals talking with my subject, because in my DNA is fire, like you, Sir Kane. And I think that family. We understand each other. Yeah. It's the same subject. I'm looking forward for this summit to achieve the goal, because if they achieve their goal, my job to the headquarters of Fire Service will be very easier. On this point, we want improvement. I just want to say that I'm the head officer of the Fire Prevention Office in the headquarters of Fire Service. And we have to deal with the architects, the civil engineers, the fire engineers for the projects. And we study the plans from the beginning, and we impose measurements for the passive fire protection and the active fire protection. Nowadays, we have the law for the structures, which does not cover everything. About the matters Mr. Fivos says, it's speaking more generally, but once you have the code in your office, you can see that in order for the high buildings, it takes the 3 categories until 10 meters high, from 10 to 28, and over above 28. So for the moment, as I see it, over 28 meters height, it's a must of fire engineers to involve. We'll write down by the plans our demands to cover all the objectives we have set by the chief. And these are to prevent an accidental fire from occurring, but if in a cases it occurs, to detect the fire in early stations, to prevent its rapid escalation by fire compartmentations, to achieve quick evacuation of the residents, to suppress the fire, to manage the smoke with suitable systems, and maintain the firefighting teams to work safely in that buildings. We will inspect these buildings when they are ready to work, and we will check all of these systems we have imposed in the first study we made by testing them, and give from the architects, now in Cyprus, the responsible people is the architect for a project, so we ask for the architects to produce certification for every system we ask by the companies they installed, and they have the responsibility to maintain these systems. Fire inspections will also be conducted on an annual basis for certain uses of built-in or industrial installations to ensure that everything are in place and in good working conditions. For high hazards installations such as Seveso, fire inspections are conducted on a 6-month basis, 2 times a year. That's for the moment. I'm ready to hear more questions.
Okay, thank you. I won't offer that any more of the panel. Thank you very much. But because I've got some that have already been sent in, and I think it's probably useful to cover some of those while we've got people thinking about questions. I think there's one here for Alistair. I think there's Alistair Brown, Managing Director of Angloco. You might have to describe, Alistair, what you do in a short sentence. But the question is, despite the differences, are there emerging trends of common challenges facing fire and rescue services around the world? Because you're dealing around the world.
Thank you, Ken. Hopefully this is loud enough. Yes, just the background on Angloco. We're a manufacturer of firefighting vehicles, and we export globally, and we have a small daughter company in Poland producing specialist water mist firefighting tools. To find universal trends is quite difficult. We would often joke when we start a project and we have a pre-build meeting to discuss what we're going to build with the customer. If we have 3 firefighters, we probably have at least 5 valid opinions in the room. And throw into that then the complexity of a global reach and dealing with lots of different customers, from New Zealand to Iraq to Guyana to Scotland. What are the universal threads that run through these customers' issues? And I think it boils down to 3. Contaminants is the buzzword at the moment. In almost all fire and rescue services that we deal with, they are very, very concerned about the long-term health impacts on their staff from exposure to fires and what can be done to mitigate that. The second one that is universal is constraints on budgets. And that's not a new issue, that's perennial, but it does seem to be increasingly a challenge. Obviously, it's been difficult economic times. Potentially, there's more difficult times ahead. But also, it's a victim of success, as Ken indicated, in a country like the UK, where you have falling dwelling fires, reduced mortality. It's very easy for people to look at expensive services, expensive equipment, and say, why do we need it? No one died, nothing bad happened. So those budgets are reduced, and that is a universal challenge for fire and rescue services globally. And then the third one is, it's really a two-headed thing, is the environment. And in the first way, it's the impact of fire and rescue services on the environment, and an increasing desire to mitigate that and reduce their impact, whether that is through runoff of firewater, the choice of firefighting media, of foams, even people looking at the source of motive power for their vehicles and equipment. But then the other side to the environment is the changing environment and the impact of humans on it, whether that's through climate change or through increasing development and floods and the impact of humans. That's universal. All of our customers, wherever they are facing that.
Thanks, Ed. I'm going to ask if I may, Costas a question, and it's about how new technologies will help forest management and better governance of forest fires in Cyprus. Forest fires, to the extreme that you have them in Cyprus, is not something we experience in the UK to that extreme. But I'm interested to know about new technologies for better governance of forest fires.
Thank you very much, Chair. In Cyprus, we are facing every summer the problem of the forest fires. In the Department of Forest, where I belong, it is running a holistic, integrated system, to say, for the management of the forest fires. It is started from the prevention. It is based on 3 pillars: prevention, preparedness, and suppression. So we are running this system since the establishment of the Forest Department in 1878. So it is a successful system, but of course always we try to supplement and to improve the system, because things are changing. Now we are speaking, all of us, about the climate changes, the climate crisis. So we have to be prepared. We need more tools. We need more technology in order to supplement our system that we have. So if we go to each one of these 3 pillars, if we go first of all to the prevention, there we need some technology in order to be more effective and to be more close to the people, to inform the people, to educate the people in order to avoid the starting and the spreading of the fires. Also, we need the technology like drones, for example, in order to enforce the law for the arsonists, for example. So using the drones today, we hope that we will be more effective in this aspect. Going to the preparedness, there are many things that we can do with the new technologies, like using the remote sensing, the satellite imagery, GIS systems, drones, all this is AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these things in order to make our better strategy, to allocate our resources, to understand better the behavior of the fires. So we are in this aspect now. We try to introduce all these technologies through an integrated system in order to be more effective and efficient. Going to the 3rd pillar, to the firefighting, there we have it's very important to have more information, to collect, using the technology, to collect more information in order to analyze all this big data and all this information in order to be better during the decision making, during the forest firefighting operations, and also during the process of the planning of the suppression and the understanding of the evaluation of an active fire. Except this, we are using these technologies for the detection of the forest fires. We have our system, but with the use of electro-optical systems, the use of the thermal cameras, the use of the drones, we will increase our ability to detect as in a very small time the fires. And my colleague here, Christos, he will speak about the collaboration that we have with the Department of Forest with the Institute of Cyprus.
So you talk much about that preparation beforehand and early identification. Sitting on your left is Bernie Higgins from the UK. Can you just touch on firefighting, Bernie, because I know that that's your expertise as well, about how we might be more effective as fire services in combating forest fires, or wildfires more generally, not just forest fires?
Thank you, Sir Ken. And can I just echo what everyone else has said? It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invite and the warmth and the hospitality we've felt from the people of Cyprus ever since we touched down a couple of days ago in my case. So thank you. Great event. You might wonder why someone like me is sitting up on the stage. As Sir Ken has indicated, I did 33 years in London Fire Brigade. I was actually fortunate enough to work for Sir Ken when he was Commissioner. I was a Deputy Assistant Commissioner in London and ended up heading the Special Operations Group, which dealt with serious and critical incidents, including terrorism in London and further afield, actually. Since then, I've gone on to become a director of the Fire Industry Association, and I'm here today as a fire consultant for Mosmart, whose stand you can see outside, and we make an environmentally friendly, mineral-based fire additive to firefighting water, which can be used on wildfires. So that's why I'm here. Wildfires has become an increasingly big issue. I think it's hit home in the UK more now because last year we had what possibly for some of you in the room you would see as, okay, it's hot, but it's not that bad. But 40 degrees centigrade just for one day in the UK was pretty dramatic. And you may well have seen that a wildfire started in the east of London and took out a complete village in the east of London, literally within minutes. And certainly my career in 33 years, I've attended fires in wild land, I've attended fires in forestry areas. I've not really attended wildfires that you may have seen in Cyprus or other parts of the world. And I've never seen a wildfire go into an urban area and sweep through it with such a rate of spread. So we're paying a lot more attention in the UK now. We're actually going further afield to get our training. And training is the key. Training and awareness is the key for the fire service. I don't think I need to tell my fire service colleagues in the room that the better trained, the better prepared you are, the more likely you are to have a safe response, because that's what this is all about. I think we sometimes underestimate. We see the spectacular nature of a wildfire, and we underestimate the damage, the long-term damage it does to the ecosystem and the environment. So in many cultures, actually fires used to protect and preserve and encourage fresh growth, and that's fine if it's contained. Where you get fires out of control, of course that area is ruined for possibly for forever, but certainly for many, many years. We're also finding that contaminants, which Alistair referred to just now, in the ground actually get released by some of these fires. So firefighters are in even more risk than just the heat and smoke from the fire. They're actually at risk from the contaminants in the smoke, which may seem a little bit counterintuitive when you look at the smoke and think, well, it's wood and natural substances burning. Well, actually, there's contaminants in the ground. So there's a five-step approach that we've taken in the UK in terms of the response, one of which is around lookouts. So making sure that could be with drone technology, but it could actually be with people. Looking out to look at spread. Awareness of the crews of exactly what their role is, exactly the areas they're covering, and more especially, where's their escape routes and way out. Communications between everybody. Now that might be with the Forestry Commission and the Fire Service. Those communication lines are crucial. And I think just about every inquiry I've ever been involved in, every post-incident analysis I've ever been involved in, communications always comes up as something that could be improved. So we need to make sure we've got communications right. The escape routes I've just mentioned for firefighters, making sure that they've got a safe ingress out if the fire and the wind direction changes, and look out, say, actually the fire's now changing direction, you need to move. And of course, safe routes in and out for the service. The key bit for me is working together. So it's using whatever you've got, whatever innovative or new or even existing means you've got to prevent the fire in the first place. We must be able to have some data out there that says this is a most likely area where fires are going to occur. How can we put something down, an additive such as Mosmart, down to prevent the spread of fire quickly? How can we prevent that happening? How can we prevent the ignition sources? When it happens, how can we limit it to an area that will encourage regrowth, not put people's lives at risk, not put homes and businesses at risk, and most importantly, not put the environment at risk? And I think working together, and I think that means collaborating across national boundaries, across fire service boundaries, and working together between fire services, forestry commissions, other invested partners, is the way that we can safely either both prevent and respond to fires in wild areas.
Thanks, Bernie. I just want to ask a question for Christos and Georgios, because not big, but not yes, Christos and Georgios, because actually Kostas mentioned about drones in that preparation, and you've touched on drones, but I just wonder, because we're seeing so much new technology which is advantageous for safety and firefighting, effective firefighting. And I wonder if Christos and Georgios can talk about drones in more wider sense of firefighting and work. And perhaps you might want to add to that as well, Theophanis, in your experience, because technology is changing all the time, and thank goodness we've got an industry that is producing innovative solutions. So do you want to take it in turns about the role of drones in modern firefighting?
First of all, I would like to thank FIA for this organization. It's very important for us because we are developing technology, and we really need the guidance from the end users to correctly develop this technology. And particularly, I will speak about our collaboration with the Department of Forest, which led us to design some technology for the fires, for the forest fire prevention. And that started a few years ago, and I have to admit that we are kind of blind in this. And with the collaboration with the Department of Forest, we had the opportunity to find out the challenges, to study the risk assessment, particularly for Cyprus, better understand the climate, the environment, the topography. And we started designing this technology in a way that we have the minimal impact in ground risk and also air risk in order to make it realistic. We designed this technology in a way that it's small enough, but also very fast in order to cover rapidly large areas. And we made it in a way that this technology, when it's operational, it can detect the fire from distance. Artificial intelligence systems, we know that they're working nicely, but sometimes they have mistakes. So we had this into account, and that's why we are making our systems in a way that having false positive, for example, is not a big problem. False negative is a very big problem because there is a fire or a smoke that you don't detect. But even if you have a false positive, you don't really want to consume resources and send the fire service in order to check. Especially in the forestry, we have a very difficult topography, difficult areas to access. So we have this in mind, and we try to have our drones in a way that we can have also close inspection. So we detect, and then we can go rapidly to the place and make sure that our alert is true.
Did you want to add to that from your experience?
Yes. First of all, thank you, and I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you, the organizer, for the invitation. What is my experience? What is a proposed solution coming from my company in this area? We have provided an integrated solution related to the alerting and dealing with the situation arising from the fires. This solution has to do with prevention and the support during the crisis phenomena. The basic element of this solution has to do with a monitor station that for air quality and other environmental parameters that gathering from the field. A fire detection system with optical and thermal cameras for have a comprehensive monitor and to have a full panoramic view of the area. Some drones, as Costa said here, for aerial surveillance in order to have confirmation of the fire points, in the potential fire points. A cloud platform that grab all the information and to be visible in the management function and to take the appropriate decisions about what we're going to proceed. A mobile application with full access in this central platform. And interoperability, of course, with other applications coming from the civil protection functions. All this technology we adopt ensures a high level of surveillance at the monitor points, at every monitor points. And using a continuous monitor and data analysis, we ensure that every potential threat or an upcoming critical event will immediately be perceived in order to ensure rapid and effective response to any situation.
Thank you. Theophanis, did you want to add anything to that? I did say at the beginning I was going to include you. Did you want to add anything in that? We're just about on time, so just a few words if you want to finish that.
For this system.
Okay.
The fire service, I want to say that the fire service is involved in this holistic system that the Forest Department has in order to have an early detection of fires. They have 24-hour monitoring these systems. We try to extend this system and have a similar system, let's say, to the industrial areas because we have fires there. We want to early detection also. And we have our drones mostly for dealing with the fire when it's occurred. Just fly them up and see, get some information about the fire on spot.
Thank you.
To deal with the fire.
Okay. Look, this is I've got one question over here. Can we have a microphone? Two actually. I'm going to take these two. I realise we're just slightly on time, but as we've got two questions. Thank you. The lady at the front, thank you. And then man behind me.
Hello, I'm Clelia Petru. I'm a fire safety engineer for FAPS Fire, but also a research fellow in CERIDES, the European University of Cyprus. I'm going to talk a lot about the buildings fire, so I'm going to skip it for now. So I'm going to go to my other part. Take one hat, put another one. Regarding forest fires, there is a great interest in Europe through their Horizon projects, European projects, in funding actions and research and innovation centers for doing exactly that. research and innovate solutions. Some of them are, as a fire engineer also, I'm very interested in the prevention measures of that, not so much in the firefighting aspect. Part of the prevention are there solutions applied by, let's say, centers and representing companies that they are institutions, that they're based in Spain, in Portugal, in France, Sweden, that they are actually facing fires and forest fires, and very recently Canada, which they want to involve the citizens into it. They want to apply prescribed burning wherever it is as prevention measure, but not as firefighting measure. They're giving forest areas as managed by some private authorities, let's say some stakeholders, in order to have the full responsibility. Is there anything thought, let's say, from Cyprus Forest Department that has really extensive experience in fighting fires, but also I think prevention, and maybe it's something that it could learn the UK forest departments, that they have very extensive training events, but now they're actually facing fires. Thank you.
Look, I'm grateful for that question. I'm not going to ask the panel to answer that because they're going to come and find you over lunch, I can assure you. But can you pass the microphone back to the gentleman behind you, because I just want to take his question and I'm going to close the session. But thank you for that. So you might want to dash out and get something to eat because they're going to take the time up in a minute. Okay.
Thank you. Nico Sigas, Innovation Consultant. Just a follow-up question on drones. To what extent can drones be used in the next crisis, not just for identifying real-time spreading of fire, but also of identifying real-time escape routes for alerting people in the area? Now this, as we know, as we remember, this gap, this lack of this ability was the main reason for losing 120 people about in muddy fire in Attica a few years ago. Thank you.
I am going to ask panel just those that wish to. Yeah, just one panel member. Yeah.
Thanks for the question. If I'm allowed to answer this, the drones, the particular drones, can be used into these applications, as you mentioned, very successfully. The drones they have to be particularly designed for emergency response applications. So they have to be very compact and they have to be deployed very quickly when you need them. And they have all the current technology. It has all the capabilities to provide a very rapid assessment of the area in order to provide awareness. And if we're talking about escape routes, as you mentioned, that requires to cover large areas very quickly, rapidly. This is something that the drone technology can perform easily. However, there are many challenges in this, and the challenges are mostly related with ground risk and air risk, because you are using an airspace which, particularly for Cyprus, is very crowded. So in order to eliminate this factor, you need to have small systems with low impact on the aviation and the ground risk, and be able to follow the terrain at low altitudes and provide this information very rapidly.
Yeah, thank you. And it was a key question because it could well have fitted into the Grenfell discussion, because the same issues there exactly as you are, so I'm grateful for that. Look, this is a really good example of the fire sector in the broadest sense coming together on the stage here, and I'd like you to show your appreciation to our panellists. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm just going to hand back to Ian Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ken. Very kind to chair that one. Okay, lunchtime. I'm sure we'll be very pleased to do that. Back here, if we may, at 1:45. So enjoy, talk to the stands, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're now going to move to another panel discussion. This panel discussion are the key issues of fire safety and about raising the bar on professionalism. How do we achieve that professionalism? On our panel, we have Dr. Clelia Petru. This is the manager of FAB's Fire and Research Fellow at Ceridis. Hello.
Hello.
Marina Martins, Export Sales Manager for Everlux. Hello. Hi. Derek Hall, Director of Sales and Marketing for Kentech Electronics. Hi. Arman Azvazian, Manager FEC International. Hello. Michael Makrianas, General Manager, Underwriting Agencies and Consultants. And my apologies if I mispronounced that.
Perfect.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I've been practicing for about 20 minutes on that. Okay. Knowing the subject, knowing what we're trying to achieve, again, we have some sort of questions already that we've had online. But again, please engage, hands up, the microphone will come to you. So this is really about you getting to know what the professionals are saying in this particular area. How do we raise the bar on professionalism in Cyprus? So the first question that I have here before I have a hand up is to Clelia, if I may. What, in your opinion, are the similarities and the differences of fire engineering between UK and Cyprus?
Hello to all. First of all, I need to say a big thank you to FIA UK and FIA Cyprus for actually establishing this, even though they had some difficulties on doing it. So very welcome every action that it will lead to improvement of fire safety in Cyprus. I worked in the UK, I had my PhD in the UK and then worked for 3.5 years there as a fire consultant. I can say that the similarities, I will limit it to the fire code, and that one was that the fire brigade is actually the authority that is responsible to give, let's say, the permissions. However, on the latter, the fire brigade in the UK has much more power than the fire brigade in Cyprus. The fire brigade in the UK can close buildings, can deny approval to buildings with any negotiation at all. Here in Cyprus, unfortunately, it's not like that. Then the actual application of the fire codes is much more taken seriously in the UK than in Cyprus, even though there are some issues. We have seen Grenfell example and other actually low-rise residential fires happening. Imagine what's going to happen in Cyprus if we have a case like that. In the UK, there is a great involvement of fire engineers as well as other engineers, consultants in different disciplinaries, which that creates a large design team for the design, construction, and further on commissioning and managing of a building. Here in Cyprus, it's actually up to the architect to employ or get in the design team. Most probably is limited to the structural engineer, mechanical engineer, and electrical engineer. And that's it. They are in charge to do everything. So I will just, and one last thing is that on the differences is that fire engineering is a high respected and recognized engineering profession in the UK. There are a large number of organizations that they cover this engineering discipline. An item, some of them they were actually in the presentations shown before. Here in Cyprus, as already said, we are not recognized. I am a member of the technical chamber, but I'm working under the mechanical engineering because I'm a mechanical engineer as my first degree. I don't know anything about it. I cannot work on it. I'm a fire engineer, but I'm not recognized as a fire engineer. Thank you.
Doesn't sound very good, does it? I was trying to find something positive to say out of that, but I'm struggling a little bit. Okay. Is there any points from the audience you want to make on those comments? Okay. Well, the next one is for you, Marina. And this is asking the question, what impact do luminescent signs and low-level lighting have in fire safety? And if it's specific about Cyprus, fantastic, but if it's more generic, really okay as well.
Okay, thank you, foremost. And my heartfelt appreciation for the organization to be brave and to have the vision to put this event together. This is a really, really good event.
Thank you.
And regarding the luminous signage, I'm proud to be part of both in the laboratory and also in the real-life context of the development of the photoluminescent safety signs and systems. And these photoluminescent safety signs and the low location systems, also photoluminescent, they are covered by the ISO 16069, which is an international standard that has been adopted by several countries all around the world, like many European countries, in this case most of European countries, and many worldwide countries as well. And it's specifically important, and especially important because when it comes to the safe evacuation of buildings where there is many occupants, it can save the time, and it will make the life of the fire brigade much easier to evacuate the occupants and the residents of the buildings. In the case of in the tragic events of the Grenfell Tower, as we've been speaking since this morning, and also the 9/11, this rose the awareness for the importance of having the systems and the signage also to be marked in the low location level. Because specifically in context when there is smoke or reduced visibility, it's important that it is marked also in the low level, which is 30 centimeters below, so above the soil. Both the location levels and the systems, they have been implemented in many countries and adopted by many standards. For example, in the case of UK is the British standard, the 5499, and in the US is the NFPA, for example. But this brought the attention to, for example, in the UK, to develop the specific, I think we talked about earlier, the Fire Act that it came to force in the beginning of this year, which specifically requires the identification of each floor in the staircases that are to be used by the fire brigade to evacuate, in the way that they can safely know where they are and where they need to be to rescue and to make the rescue more efficient in case of an event. And since we were talking this morning, Cyprus also, and the high-rise buildings, they are growing, especially in this case specifically a bit more in Limassol, but there are a lot of new buildings and a lot of high-rise buildings, and I recall being said that this is also a seismic region, so both because of the seismic or because of cases like the Grenfell Tower or the new materials that are being used in the constructions, it becomes more and more important that there is a standardization in the way how it is being communicated, and specifically the evacuation and the rescue for the people. So there are some international standards that have been in use, and it's an international agreement. Safety signage is now is now considered to be the second most spoken language in the world after the traffic signage. And there's a reason for that, and we've been talking about communication and about cooperation And I think this is the way to make everyone's lives better and to hopefully also spare some lives eventually. And I just wanted to finish saying that the three levels are important to mark the high level, so that if I am here, I look at the exit and I know where to go, or I look around and I know where is the fire extinguisher, even if there is many people in the room. But also the low location lighting has a big important role to play, because if there is smoke or a low visibility conditions, it's important that we know that everyone knows that, or at least here, let's say, the fire will, the smoke will go up, and the visibility will be more easy to recognize on the bottom.
Okay, thank you. When I used to work doing fire alarm systems, first thing that you always do when you walk in a building is you look up to see the smoke detector, to see whose detector or whose panel is on the wall on the set. You must do that with signage. So coming to Cyprus, where do you think they are in the compliance levels if you had to make a statement about just starting, nothing, little way to go, long way to go? Where would you put?
It's really hard, and it's really interesting, the question. I mean, when you arrive to the airport, you can already notice. You have the indication of the pathway, like the exit. I can see from here, for example, there's an evacuation sign at the bottom of the room. But if anywhere, or most of the places I have been, if I look around, I don't see the fire extinguisher sign. And if I am not close enough, I might as well not see the sign for the evacuation, because in general, in other countries in Europe, there's a calculation of how big the sign must be depending on where you are to be able to see it. I think we are in a preliminary phase, and there's a lot of work to be done. And it's now the time, given the fact that it's increasing the amount of people. And again, it has been said this morning many times, the international impact, like a lot of people from different countries are coming here. So it's important that we all read the same message. Interesting enough, first thing that I do when I arrive to any place is looking for the not that obvious fire exit, because it's where people are not going in a case of fire. That's perks of the job, and I do really think there's it is very important to bring the awareness to everybody, but of course we cannot do it all at once, but starting with educating the people to get to safety, and also to make the work from the fire brigades easier, especially that, because at the end of the day, it's what matters.
Good. I think everybody working in the fire safety industry will always do that. I know when I go to a hotel, I always check the exits, know where I'm going, peace of mind, because we know the consequences, so we tend to. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions on signage from the audience? Nope. Okay. Are we awake? Yeah, good. Okay. Derek, I kind of know the answer to this one, but obviously the audience need to know this, because it's something that's a bit of a mantra of the FIA. And the question is, how important is training for installers, and how can it help them as much as everybody else? Needless to say, by the question, you know it's very important, but just give us an indication of what can be done, can't be done, the goods, the bads, about training installers correctly for the right equipment.
Okay. It's a really good question, Ian, and thank you very much. And first of all, to everyone in the room, congratulations to the FIA and also to all of you guys. I think what you're doing here today is amazing, and hopefully it will be the start of doing something for your industry. I think working for a manufacturer, we're very close to our installers, and we're trying to support them all the time in developing their skills and their competency. And I think I've heard the 3 C's quite a few times today already. I have a personal opinion about this, because I've only been in the industry for 27 years. I know that might be a shock for many of you, but I've worked for a few manufacturers and a few installers, so I can see it from both sides. Now, I didn't turn into a fire alarm engineer, and I guess there's quite a lot of people who could put their hands up in a room who could say they're fire alarm engineers. But there's no university degree for a fire alarm engineer, is there? So we've got to work out how to get people from being guys like me, an electrical electronics engineer, into our industry, and also having the capability, the competency, and also the knowledge for them to be able to be successful in their careers. The great thing about what the FIA is doing is working very hard to give you those natural skills, or to work on those natural skills, and to reinforce that with a qualification. So when you think about competency as a whole, you can comply with that element of either your regulation or your standard. I think there's a third element to it as well, which is a moral obligation that we all have, because at the end of the day, we're here today because we naturally want to save people's lives and their properties. So why shouldn't we be working towards developing those skills for our engineers? Now, I have a different viewpoint to many of the installers, because working as a manufacturer, we record and we monitor all of our calls into our technical support line. And probably just before COVID, we introduced a system of actually recording every conversation, but also logging it to help us with our development of training courses. But just before COVID, we had something near 28,000 technical support calls into our business in 1 year. That's a significant amount of calls, isn't it? It was really useful for Kentech, because what we were then able to do is transfer those questions into frequently asked questions and take people through a learning phase for our products. Now, if you tie that back into what BS 5839 Part 1 says, almost in the top line paragraph, it refers to competency, capability, and also knowledge of that particular product. Now, I liken myself to a guy that if you put me in any car in the car park right now, I can probably drive it very competently. But if you put me into a Formula 1 car, I'd probably crash it. I'd be a danger to myself and the other people on the track. So what we've got to do with the FIA and the training courses that they put in place, and us as manufacturers, is combine that together to ensure that all installers are armed with the knowledge and capability to work on those fire systems. Because at the end of the day, we are saving people's lives. I've answered it there, eh?
No, spot on. It's our mantra, so you know I'm going to agree with you. It's what we profess all the time about level of knowledge and competency, that's for sure. Michael, what are the panel's view on fire safety from an insurance perspective in Cyprus?
Let me first of all thank and congratulate FIA for coming to Cyprus, setting a foot in Cyprus, as it will help us raise the bar. So the fire industry and the insurance, they always go together. Every fire incident, you will get insurance involved with a fire event. It's been going on for years that we started with no protective measures at all, and the whole aim is to improve the standards of buildings, the standard of protection, to help first of all, avoid loss of lives, and then protect properties as well. In the meantime, the way the whole system develops, there are changes continuous as to the materials, to the standards, to the implementation methods. What we are trying hard to make sure is that any new materials that come up, any new techniques that are available are used, and we don't oversee them, we don't bypass them. Insurance industry, it has the power to enforce clients, insureds, use these techniques. It might be through pricing, it might be through declining to insure inadequately good properties. And what we hope now with FIA on our side is to set certain standards so that it will be a way to judge a risk. It will help us judge if something is insurable, not insurable, whether it can be rated with a good rate or with a high rate according to the risk it puts in the insurance portfolio.
Just out of interest, the very first insurance office, I showed a slide before about events affecting change. The Great Fire of London, what that created was called the London office, and that was the very first insurance company based on events like that. So you can thank the British for your industry.
But definitely, we work with Lloyd's in London, which is one of the oldest insurance, well, it's a market, it's not a company, it's a market. And indeed, British were the first ones who set up insurance. And definitely for us, we're happy to follow. And we hope now on the technical side with FIA, it will be another thing to follow. We are here from, it's a multidisciplinary meeting. We get people from all different sides of the industry, but we all have the same aim, is to mitigate or, if possible, prevent the fire risk. And I think if we all work together, for us, we can push, others can manufacture, others can design, and everybody needs to put his input to raise the bar.
Okay. Insurance, just for everybody in the audience, insurance in the UK right now is a really, really topical subject about professional indemnity of the insurers. As an example, somebody doing a risk assessment of the building, post Grenfell, their premiums to have insurance, as in professional indemnity, are 10, 20 times. Ben, you could probably give me a figure for that one, but they're absolutely enormous for people now in UK, and it will happen and come through the rest of the world as indemnity insurance. But it's for us to make insurance companies more secure in what they're offering in the way of protection, because at the moment all is doing, because there is fire engineering on one side and you have insurance on the other, we're going to end up with a situation where people are withdrawing from the higher risk or high rise, not the same thing, but they're withdrawing from that market because it's too expensive to have professional indemnity insurance.
We cannot place in the London market architects and engineers that deal with cladding. And the Grenfell lesson is there for all of us, but we find it extremely difficult to place professional indemnity cover for engineers and architects who deal with cladding.
Okay. Ladies, come to the microphone.
Thank you. So what made PII mandatory, or everyone, trying to have it in the UK? What mechanism made that a need?
I missed the first bit. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, the professional indemnity insurance.
Okay. Yep.
What made it? I don't know if it's mandatory, but everyone has it in the UK, and it seems that if you don't have it, you're out of business. So, is there any mechanism that led you us there, and can that same mechanism lead Cyprus insurers there as well?
Yeah, we could certainly give you the information of where we are with this. I mean, we work very heavily with insurance for obvious reasons, the reasons I just mentioned. But it's really about the requirement from the clients. They will want to see your professional indemnity insurance. It's part of their tick-off list of what they're looking for. And if you can't turn around and show you've got it, then you're just not going to get any business. And one of the problems with the risk assessors, I know this from quite a few of the groups, is they withdraw from areas to reduce the premium so they're affordable. It's just not worth them financially working on what the insurance company deem as high risk, which we don't, but that's an education piece we're working on. And as Ken was saying before, high rise doesn't mean high risk. Yet those buildings, because of what happened with Grenfell, are being extremely high on premiums. So it's really about the actual customer. Ken, you've got a point there. Can I have the microphone over here, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. That was a great question just now, and I'm really important to have the insurers on the stocks there, and it's in a figurative sense. In answer, absolutely right in Ian's question, you would not be able to operate in the UK without the professional indemnity insurance, not because of a pseudo-legal requirement, but why would the client want to employ someone that isn't insured for their work when it goes wrong for 20 years on? So they need to have the insurance, otherwise they won't get the work. My question really, though, Ian, was back to Michael. Do you think, so the insurance industry, in my view, in the UK, for some good reason, has become very risk-averse, and since Grenfell, and is finding PI insurance for those that practice in it incredibly difficult to get insurance at all, or as Ian said, their insurance premiums has multiplied many, many, many times beyond what it was before. In reality, of course, the risk hasn't changed. There was one building that was a terrible tragedy, but the risk hasn't changed. Do you think the insurers seem to apply a very, in the UK, perhaps it's the London market, a very blanket approach that everyone is treated the same. You're all treated as high-risk professions. Could you differentiate those with competence, proven competence, have a better opportunity to get a better PI insurance than those that are clearly not got those competence levels by either track record or qualification?
For us, in our capacity as brokers, we work with the whole of the local market, and in addition to with the UK market. The sad story is that these specific covers, like the professional indemnity, often comes from abroad, even for the local insurers. And even if the local insurers are willing to take a small part of the risk, they would still reinsure with international reinsurers. And we always hit the same wall. If there is one event where there is catastrophe, it could be the wildfires, it could be the storms, it could be the Grenfell event, then suddenly reinsurers would be either unwilling to give cover or extremely expensive. So even if nothing happens in Cyprus, or if either no claims, or if we have engineers and architects with no particular events and accidents, it's still hard to get cover for them.
I was actually waiting for you, Ben, to sort of any time now.
My name is Ben Bradford, Chief Executive of BB7. 2 points, really. Just on the insurance kind of saga that's kind of happened. It isn't just a UK problem, it's been a global problem. The global cladding crisis has also triggered increases in insurance premiums. We, BB7, are probably the largest independent fire consulting business in the United Kingdom and Republic of Ireland, and our premium is now eye-watering, as I've shared, Ian. But what it has made us do is actually quite positive. So we now have an internal legal team that are checking every single contract that we would enter. We have certainly upped our game with competency matrix. Now, when we're talking to our insurers, we're talking about our risk management processes, and we're hopefully trying to demonstrate that we are successfully mitigating risk. So that's certainly how we're doing it. In the UK, we have to cover 10 million PI for fire and facades. So that's the journey we've been. The other point that I wanted to make was just to come back to Clelia's point, is that if Cyprus can raise the bar for fire safety, it kind of strengthens the industry and the profession for then Cyprus to be able to export beyond Cyprus in the fullness of time to other regions and be a shining light in the region. And I think that's a real opportunity for international trade moving forward. And it's great that we're all here today, but I'm kind of now, my mind has been worrying as to, okay, where's Cyprus going to be in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, because there must be opportunity for this country.
Excellent, thank you. The gentleman here.
Thank you. Just a follow-up point from the previous point I brought up about drones. I was informed outside of the existence of special evacuation vehicles. So my suggestion to the competent authorities in both Cyprus and Greece, considering geography, topography, and terrain, is that the combination of drones with special evacuation vehicles would be a very effective way of saving lives. Thank you. And the reason I'm wearing a mask is because today I had my 6th vaccine, and I never contracted COVID, and I think one of the measures is this mask. Thank you.
You're not just trying to hide your face, so okay. Is there any answer from the audience to that question? From the panel? Nothing? Okay. I think it's probably more of a statement than the specific question. Okay, thank you so much. Armin, there's no way I'm forgetting you, by the way. So
no.
Okay. This is quite an interesting one here that I saw, because this is very much my background a few years ago about prescriptive, non-prescriptive, engineered solutions. Mm-hmm. The question is prescriptive or non-prescriptive regulations. What are your views? And there's never a straightforward answer, but I'll be interested in sort of you know, develop that a little bit, because with technology the way it is, one of the stifling things for new technology is about compliance to codes and third-party certification, and that side of things stifles. Yet the other side of it does ensure that we've got a life safety product that does its job. So there's a real balance between doing that. So what's your views on that?
Thank you, first of all, for the platform. I've been hearing two words being exchanged a lot today. One being competency, and second being tell me the second one. Competency and yeah. So I would like to add another word into the equation, and that would be responsibility. Now, when I just had started as a junior engineer, mind you, mechanical fire engineering not approved yet, so it's a common theme these days, but anyway. My mentor, Suren, he told me, make sure that you can sleep at nights when you give an advice to a client. So that's the responsibility of an engineer, right? Now, anyone that works in the fire safety sector has that responsibility as a human being, as a citizen of their country, to make sure that the advice that they give is of value and it does not put anyone at risk. Going to the standards, we have a number of European standards, right? And being an internationally active engineer, I can see the difference between how this practice it's been carried out in the US, let's say, in the UAE, in different parts of the world. The design codes are guides. This is, and I'm speaking to any engineer practicing today. These are guides for an engineer to meet a design intent. And unfortunately, within the design codes of Europe, the time that it takes for a code to be updated or upgraded does not really catch up with the events and the disasters that we're having. So as a culture, we are a reactive society than a proactive one. We have to have, unfortunately, we have to have Grenfells happening. We have to have a car park fire in Luton happening for us to say, so maybe we need to rethink how we look into car parks, into EV cars, which is a whole new challenge, right? So because there is a standard that talks about, for example, car park ventilation, does not mean it's still applicable today, because the conditions have changed. We've learned new things about about disasters or about any incident that has happened. So the codes cannot catch up in time, especially European norms, because European norms, you have to have 27 member states. There is a code. If it has to be harmonized, everybody has to be on the same page. There are interests. There are suppliers. There are manufacturers. So it is difficult. It's similar to the European Parliament. They agree that we have a problem, but the problem never gets solved, right? So that's where, as a fire engineering, the performance-based approach comes in. So, in addition to the design guides, which are let's say the setting stones for the design intents, as a responsible engineers and practitioners of this industry, we need to add value. We need to bring forward innovative solutions to the table. We need to bring forward our expertise. If we cannot or don't have it, we should use, let's say, platforms such as FIA to be able to share knowledge and discuss this, and to be able to provide solutions to overcome the problem. And it's very good that you kept mentioning the last questions were about PI coverages, right? Again, that falls to the responsibility. In Cyprus, and Mr. Fanos, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if there is a limit to which a practitioner needs to have a professional indemnity insurance. I mean, I know those are project specific, right? So this, as you see, it's a major gap within the responsibility that we have, right? Now, as FEC, we do carry a PI. We work internationally. We have to, right? But there could be a time that a practitioner within Cyprus will not carry a PI because it's not requested by them. And then I hear that, fire brigades, they're being difficult. No, they're not being difficult. They're being responsible. They are trying to do the responsible thing. And this is one item that I think, hearing everyone today, we all said the same thing, that this industry as a whole, not just in Cyprus. Cyprus, I commend the fire department because I work closely with them. They are being consistent. They are being strict. They are being within their powers, within their boundaries. They're not. They don't claim to be anything they're not, but they are trying to do right by the industry, for the safety for the country, for the safety of the citizens, and that is what I wanted to mention as how performance-based design comes into play, right? To fill in the gap that prescriptive code has left behind. If we look at, let's say, an FPA code, very prescriptive, over 100 years of every 3 years they update it. It is EN norms, we still have codes today that are 20, 25 years old, and that's the code. They don't apply. I don't know. Do they apply today? Who knows? We see that every day. Now, as you mentioned, after the Grenfell Tower, let's say, there were key legislations that changed. And I'm sure after the car park fire, there will be legislation changing with regards to how to design this. Let's say in case of car fires, the design codes that we have, they only cover conventional cars. EVs, different hit release rate, different smoke generation rate, different parameters. Does it work? We don't know. So we have to, in terms of to overcome this, we have to be able to share information. We have to be able to open to each other in terms of how we overcome these obstacles, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, there is something first, if I may. Just one comment from me that I'm going to pass across to you. About the engineered solutions, you see, this is when you need very knowledgeable consultants and building owners to be brave enough to go against prescriptive. And this is why you tend to find, because of litigation problems, especially in the US, it either complies with code or I'm not interested. Yeah. Whereas other countries operate in a different way, where they've had the knowledge, had the skill sets to be able to say, that's not quite right for this, I need this engineered solution. But you've got to have bravery and knowledge to do that. Can I ask the gentleman here for a question to the panel, please?
Yeah. I have a question for Clelia and Armen. We talk about the code several times today. We know it's been released in 2020. Do we know if there was a committee where they sat down and they developed that code, or it was based on the knowledge of one individual?
I think you should tell your part and I'll give my complaints about that.
I'm asking because at the moment, in the UK, there's a debate if we need a second stair, if a single stair is enough. However, it's not the opinion of one person. There are people from different industries. They sit down to find which is the best solution. And also, is the code available in English? If you know.
Okay. I'll start from the last. No. It's not even available in a PDF format that could be actually downloaded, made in a Word document that you can put it in any translator or every AI now that they're available and translate it and make sense. So it makes sense. But you can read BS9999 and you are there somehow, more or less. So the story, I'll make it as short as possible. I've done many presentations on this, is that Fire Brigade here in Cyprus is the consulting authority of the main authorities to give their opinion on a fire, to give their approval on a fire. They are asked by the municipalities and any other building authorities to actually take this responsibility, And they're very good that they're doing it, and they're doing amazing work, especially now. Then they had some guidances, and I'm really using this word, guidances or recommendations that they established, they wrote back then. It was since the 80s, the same, which in the 2003, it was decided, okay, we need to upgrade our game, we need to be up to date with the European laws, 365/476, I think. I don't remember them by heart those. So it started the process of writing a fire code. This fire code is part of the law for building permissions. It's a part of it. It's not a standalone. So many things that are written there. For example, what is a study, engineering study, are actually, it's just mentioned as a study, or who is in charge of doing that study are actually taking over of the other law that is part of it, the main construction law. And it's very important what I'm saying, because I'm going to conclude with that. Then it was directed to be written in 2003 around. 2017, we had the first draft. Who wrote this? It was in charge, under the responsibility of the Technical Chamber of Cyprus, whom that Technical Chamber has appointed some engineers to write it, and it was under the responsibility of the Ministry of Interior. In this committee was also participating the Fire Brigade as the responsible authority to enforce this law and check the drawings on this law. If I'm missing anything, Mr. Zoagim can say. I'm just trying to do it short. So in 2000, it was delivered in 2017. It was on a how to say this? It could be applied along with the old version, with the guidances we had. So we gave 2017 until 2020 to the engineers to actually learn it, be trained on it. There were several trainings happen. And then 2020, it actually came a review, a very quick review on it. We removed many things from inside or clarify other things. And then since September 2020 is the only guidance law that is actually in place in Cyprus. There are many architects as the responsible engineers for a building that they don't have a clue how to use it. And they go to the fire brigade and they say, show me, what can I have to do on my drawings? Back to what is a study. Under the law of building permissions, a study can be only drawings. You don't have to present anything else. The architectural drawings and the structural engineering drawings, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Add to that just a bit.
As quick as you can, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, you guys are fire engineers, yeah? Okay. The current fire code, if you learn how to read it, it's okay, right? It has it's some things that could be done differently, but if you learn how to do it, it took us, Kyriakos sitting back there, a good 5 years to work it out, okay? But it's there. It needs work, but it's there. The problem, though, for me at least, is that the committee who developed this was very heavily focused on the architectural part. No input from mechanical, no input from electrical, no input from civil structure, because at the end of the day, fire engineering is a multidisciplinary discipline by itself. So you can see the gap. Other than referring, oh, you go to this standard or that standard, there is no clear guidance on certain, let's say, active or passive, active mainly, protection systems, right? So, and as Dr. Boustras said earlier, changing such legislation is not an easy thing. Now, fire brigade, they are actively doing at least internal amendments within them to work in a certain way. And for those architects that they are in contact with the fire brigade, they start to learn this. But until this legislation is changed formally, that will be a long and painful process, as it's with any legislation changes, right?
Okay. We're actually going to extend this session a little bit because we were due to have a short break. But I think we're getting quite close that we want to accelerate this a little bit. Is that for a question, Lefteris? I'm sorry? I would like to have a statement about... Okay. Gentleman here, first of all. I've seen your hand over there. I'm going to ask you to stay a little bit longer, if I may. So this is really good stuff.
We can keep...
No, it's too important to brush over.
In this panel, Derek talked about competency. Armen talked about responsibility. Sir Ken, previously, he talked about clarity. These are new words for me, not in vocabulary sense, but in sense of fire, and it affects everybody. So, see, this is an arrow going to Michael, since he one way or another represents the insurance industry. We've tried in a very large project that was requested, he knows the story, to get professional indemnity insurance. It was painful, it was difficult, we almost didn't get insured at all. Then Derek was discussing about the competency in installers and all the training that happens before, and we're all willing to do this. And then it comes also to the part of the clarity that Sir Ken said, who is responsible in the end when we do an installation? So what I would like in the following weeks, in the following months, from all the people that are sitting in that panel is to help us give answers to these issues that we have been facing. And it all starts from the clarity. Who is responsible? And there's no clear line right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lefteris. Gentleman over there, please.
Hello, thank you very much. Just because the issue here is raising the bar. So regarding Cyprus now, we have a legislation regarding new buildings, the design of new buildings regarding fire. But 2 points that I have seen in Cyprus, and there is no code in it, is first, changes or renovations in existing buildings, because here in Cyprus we are based on what the fire brigade will decide. But what if we're doing a renovation that fire brigade would never see? So how insurers insure buildings that have been renovated, or how insurers are pricing construction sites that their fire strategy is not being seen by the fire brigade. And what legislation mentions regarding fire training and fire drills in existing buildings, or management of fire safety during the operation of the building. These things are not mentioned in any legislation in Cyprus, or there is no guide.
You're right.
So we need to work on that.
Yeah.
You're right.
And definitely what I'm happy to see FIA coming to Cyprus is to set up some standards, because at the end of the day, the industry will make the standards. It won't be the state. And you need ongoing compliance with these standards. Indeed, you may have a building that it might have been done to some standards, got the okay to go ahead and get built years back. Standards are changing, and there is somebody needs to go and assess again, is that risk acceptable? Is that building safe, both for the people and as a structure for performing in case of a fire? But definitely the industry, one of them is the insurance, can help with that by saying, unless you meet certain standards, yes, your building is old. Have you done this and this and this? If it's done, then you're okay. If not, either decline the risk to insure it or carry a heavy premium.
May I answer? The renovations, yes, are not covered. If I am asked sometimes by potential clients, I'm replying the one that I learned in the UK, working in the UK. Don't make it worse. Apply whatever is going to make it better. The issue here, I'm the negative person in this panel about what to do. The issue here is that there are many changes exactly that either the fire brigade doesn't know about it, or any other authority. I have been to an office in a building, in an old building renovated, where they removed the door of the office, which was supposed to be a fire door, and they put a glass sliding door. And when I asked, do you have a fire curtain to go down in a delay? I said, what is that? What are you telling me about? And I was a patient. I wasn't there as a fire engineer. And there are many cases like this in Cyprus. We need somebody to control, to yes, authorize it. For me, the fire brigade have enough things on their plate. Believe me, enough. They have like so much workload. We don't have to add them more. What I will say is that maybe the insurance companies should upgrade a bit and ask them for more, for actually a fire risk assessment by a competent person on the changes you're going to make.
Yeah, similar to the way that fire risk assessors operated within UK. That could be something, but of course you have to have the competent assessor to be able to do it competently and have the PI to cover that responsibility.
Definitely you need the professional assessment, but also as things change. This building today, it might have met the standards when it was built. Do you think it's a fire?
No, it must be a fire exit back there, but there's nowhere to show it.
But it lacks the science.
Yes.
It also, if you have structural elements exposed and not protected, in case of fire, it will collapse. Standards do change and should be monitored. Insurance is a way to assess them.
I really believe that we have this culture in Cyprus that some professions, I'm trying to make the words inside. Some professions, they are the rulers, they are the kings. Whatever they do the right thing. I think that needs to collapse. They don't do all of them the right thing. They don't apply always the law. We need to have control measures in place by everybody, by the authorities, by the insurance, by the ministries, our members.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
please, Mark. This will be the last question this session, so the gentleman at the front here, please.
It's just a very quick question. Dr. Clelia said that the fire safety code is not even available in a PDF format. It's not in English. We've been having conversations since we've been here. There seems to be a clear confusion about this fire safety code. Someone said, oh, you can find it on the Fire and Rescue Services websites, etc. This is all about raising the bar. This whole conference is all about lifting the standards and having everybody on the same page. Is there any plans to make that fire safety code more accessible so therefore people can have the same bar that they're all striving towards?
I'm participating in 3 different committees in ETEC. 2 of them is actually on fire engineering only. We haven't discussed this yet. We have discussed other stuff on the code. However, I will bring it up. I'll see how it does exist as a PDF, but it's not a PDF. It's images, a document transferred like an image. Then you cannot transfer it back to the to a Word document or a PDF that you can copy paste, for instance. That's what I mean. It's not a good one. Yeah, it's not I'll raise it up. It's not under discussion. It's actually not highlighted as a problem.
We have bigger problems.
You should refer back to the custodian of the document. The custodian of the document is it's not the fire brigade.
No, it's the Ministry of Interior. It's not. Yeah, it's not the fire brigade. No. It is available in. It is available.
This is a one-directional conversation here. So.
Yeah. No, just to reply that it is available in the.
We do have a problem. The fire document, as rightly said, not available.
Yep.
And the custodian is not making it available for those working in industry to be able to use the document properly. So it's in English or in Greek, it doesn't really matter. It's availability.
No, I understand, but you're going to look into that for us, you said.
Yeah, I'll raise it up with ETEC.
All right,
I'll bring it
okay. If you can feed that back into FI Cyprus, then we can actually get a working team to sort of make sure that happens. That'd be great.
I'll invite you into a meeting, actually. I'll try to arrange a meeting.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to have to hold that session. We're not going to take a break. We're going to move straight on. Thank you so much for our panelists. Really, really interesting. Thank you. So we're going to swap around, thank you. We're going to swap around now and move straight into extinguishing fires. And as you can see, the people up here, we're going to have Tony Hanley, who is the Vice Chairman of the FIA. We have Inspector Theophanos Diokim, Head of Fire Prevention for Cyprus Fire Service. Welcome. Derek Gillespie, Managing Director, Fire Systems Cyprus. And Vakis Liokim, Certification Compliance Manager, Fire Pro, who was with us earlier on as well. So welcome them to the stage. There he is, okay.
Hi again, Panos. Good to see you. Yeah. We hopefully get to talk later as well. We get to talk later as well, hopefully, yeah. Hey, good to see you.
One more to go, nearly there.
Tony, whenever you like.
You're the first. Go centre stage.
Good. Afternoon, Tony.
Okay, let's make a start. Welcome all. Thank you very much for taking your time to help us again today. This is the last session, you'll be glad to know, and it's exploring effective techniques and strategies for fire extinguishing and suppression, drawing from expert knowledge and the latest advancements in the field. So I'm going to start off again with a couple of questions, if I may, and again invite you in the audience at any time to get involved. The first one I'll put to Derek. and this will say, water mist is often mentioned in the areas of fire suppression. What role does the panel think, and you can answer on behalf of the panel here, Derek, what this technology, how does it play in fire safety?
Okay, it's quite a nice broad question to go with, thanks.
Yep.
So I've worked with water mist systems for the last 35 years and have been involved in a lot of fire testing with these systems. So I think sometimes the best way to describe and show how the advances and the advantages is to give a little story. So the first story is in the very early days of water mist systems, there was a desire to use them on ships, marine world, because as I often say, if you fill a ship full of water, you'll put your fire out, but you'll also sink the ship, so the outcome's not completely desirable. Water mist could show that we could use very small amounts of water and have actually a better effect than if we were using a conventional sprinkler or drencher type system. And the test in mind that we were involved in was a simple cabin test where you have a bunk bed in a cabin, you have a fire on the bottom bunk, and the sprinkler system's requirement is to control and suppress that fire for 15 minutes, which it does. It's exactly what it's designed to do. It does perfectly. Exactly the same test done with a water mist system, the fire went out in under a minute. It's actually about 32 seconds. So the enhancement and the advantage of the performance of the system was plain to see. However, and this ties into the last session, we didn't actually qualify for any approval for that system because we didn't tick all the boxes. We didn't put enough water down on the floor to create wetting of the walls, the floor, the ceilings. We didn't put the prescribed amount of litres per metre squared down on the floor. So the authority who controlled the standard for marine, it's the IMO, International Maritime Organisation, said, well, we can't give you your approval. But what they did do is write new approvals. So they saw the enhancements, the advantages that are on offer, and they were able to bring about new approvals in just a very few short years, 2 or 3 years, which then all water mist companies could step forward and test. So you now had a choice. You could have conventional sprinklers with the original approvals, or you could move to the modern standard, which was under IMO A800A. What we're now seeing in land-based is exactly that. We're seeing new approvals under EN 14972, which is a water mist standard, covers 7 sections, and we're seeing around Europe and around the world this being adopted more and more. I've spent 35 years in a pioneering industry, bringing a new product to many, many markets successfully, but again, linking back to before, nobody should rush to do that just because I say so. We should check the approvals, we should make sure that they are absolutely right and fit for purpose for this market, for every market we try and move into. And once we've satisfied ourselves that the enhancements and advantages that I know are there, once everybody else is satisfied they're there, then we have a great system to move forward with. I hope that answers the question.
No, it does. I'll say the alternative technologies, I think a lot of us in our past had that experience of thinking it's not new technology, it's been existing for so many years, but it may be new to the people that are making the standard changes. So it's a difficult battle. I know that Fire Pro go through the same process in a lot of what they do. Tony, with your FIA hat on as Vice Chair, I'm interested to know, and the question comes here, but I'm interested in your views on this. What does the panel think of the importance of product certifications? We touched on it earlier a little bit, but what does it do about making a difference in fire safety?
It's very simple answer is that unless the products have gone through testing by a notified body against a recognised standard, then that product is not fit for purpose. And I think what was alluded to earlier was that once you've got a certified product, is making sure that it goes into the right application. But if I go back to people that, there's a great term in the fire industry called snake oil. And snake oil was sold by, you see in the Western films where the guy walks into town and he's got a horse and he opens up the side of his cart and he's selling the latest thing. And the latest thing this time is snake oil. And unfortunately, in the fire industry, there is a lot of snake oil. And it comes from all sorts of different countries, it comes from all sorts of different manufacturers. But the only assurance that you can get with any fire product that's to do with either premises safety or life safety is that it's been certified by a notified body against a recognised standard. And so Ken talked about this thing of the ACM cladding panels and what a complete mess that was revealed as, and the fact that the certification in some cases didn't exist, but nonetheless it was still installed. But certification did exist for other products. So I think to answer your question, Ian, we've got to have a level playing field. And the level playing field is that whether it's passive fire protection products that are going to stop a fire or stop heat and smoke moving from one compartment to the next, whether it's automatic fire detection, and whether it's actual fire suppression, it doesn't matter. Without the certification, we are making a massive rod for our own backs. And unfortunately, that could cost lives. And we shouldn't be in that position. We're now 2023, so we should not be using products that do not have suitable certification. Could be VDS, could be Kiwa, could be LPCB, but once that product has got that badge on it, you know that you've got some assurance, all the stakeholders have got the assurance that it's been through testing to a certain standard. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. Spot on. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else in the panel?
I just would like to add to what Tony has said. Okay, with product certification. And coming back to what we've said earlier, we need also the installer's certification so that we will know that the installation is done perfectly and the product will perform as have been tested.
Good point. What Vakis is saying is that my favourite saying is, it doesn't matter if it's IT equipment, all this lovely stuff on the side, the product is only as good as the hands that it's in when it's being installed. Now, how many times have we bought a new television, you've got the remote control and you don't know where half the buttons are, and in the end you give up because you haven't read the manual. And the fact is that a product can be certified to a standard, but it can then be wrongly installed. So what Vakis is alluding to is that the competency of the people that are handling these certified products is just as important, if not more important, to make sure that they are engineered correctly. Because if a passive fire protection product doesn't get installed properly, well, it's not going to stop smoke and it's not going to stop heat. And that's defeating the complete object of why it was there in the first place. And we've all seen these photographs of people using crazy foam and party string and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not in the passive industry, but I know that the competency that Vakis is alluding to as far as making sure that that product is installed, designed, installed, commissioned and maintained correctly is equally as important.
Okay. Is there any questions so far? Are we still okay? All right, good. Ray, please.
Speak loud.
No, throw your voice, Ray.
I just wanted to pick up on the point in terms of the certifications. Some of the certification on the market is not necessarily what it appears to be.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
So, you know, Europe is pretty quick to sort of put out sort of kind of classification certifications, but what is key is that the fire engineers actually understand what they're looking at.
Yep.
One of the main things is to make sure that just because a certification has been issued,
yep,
the certification bodies always state, read the following documentation and
Correct.
Test evidence. Otherwise, it's actually not what it appears to be.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
What we find in the industry generally is that there is a lack of understanding in that particular aspect.
Correct. Yeah,
so.
right. It's a really good point, and you're right that it's the badge on the product is, if you like, the certification label, but what Ray's alluding to, what he's just explained, is that the certification comes with a test regime behind it that actually said what it was certified for. And that's as important as the certificate itself, because then what you'll find is that you might have the right person using a product that's not certificated for a specific application and saying, well, it's still got a badge. So that's where the fire engineering people, and it's good that there's quite a few of you here, need to understand the small print behind what the certification actually means and what the application for that certification is. But it's a really good point, really good. Thanks.
Okay. Question from me, please, Theophanis. There's nothing down here, it's just, this is one from me. Is that you looking at fire prevention, how do you get to understand what industry has on offer? I mean, obviously you can get to see a few things outside an exhibition. You may well travel. You may get lots of people coming trying to sell you snake oil, as Tony would say. They're constantly trying to say, this is the best foam, this is the best passive equipment. How do you go through that assessment? Is there some sort of assessment regime, testing unit? How do you choose what products the fire and rescue services use?
In the manner of choosing of the products, we ask from the company that produces products the certifications, and they prove that this material is good for this work. Okay. As far as the complete system concerned, we ask the fire certification from the company that provided, that it's under, let's say, standardization, certain standardization of European unit, and the certification of the installer. If they don't install the company themselves, so the installer must be a certification that he knows what to do. But in fire service, because we are the service who will send the firefighting teams to deal with the fire, we have in mind always that in a case of a fire, especially in high-rise buildings, many things must work together all right. If something goes wrong, it's the firefighters that will pay, because they will try to help people, residents, to deal with the fire and will not have their job right and might trap in the same building. That's why at the time that the project is ready to work, we have been there testing all the systems, testing by working them with different scenarios, gathering all the certificates. Here in Cyprus, we ask these certificates from the architect, because by the law is the architect responsible for the project. Either he has the knowledge to check the certificates or not, he has to provide to the fire service all the certificates says that this company installed the fire detection, this company installed the sprinkler system, following this, and I implement the certifications for you. The thing that I have in mind, like a fireman, is that the owner, the investor of the project, has only in mind the cost. At the end, the profit he will go.
Absolutely.
So there is a law, let's say, to say that if the building is under construction, there is a European law, must have systems for fire suppression, stairs, or any other manners to go in every floor. If you measure this at the beginning, it might be some €1,000, 10, 15, 20, I don't know. That means the costs go up. The same thing is when the project is at the end and we put all these materials, the investor, I think, he don't mind if the company he chooses is very capable to do so. He just see a company €2,000 and a company €20,000. It's all a matter of cost. We don't have the tools to check all this for the moment, we hope, like FIA, to implement a new, let's say, target for the government at first, because it's a matter to change the legislations, the rules, and to clarify which is the service we check if the rule is okay, and we impose a fine or tell the company to court, because this is in the air now. They wait from the fire service. The fire service, the Cyprus Constitution says that the fire service is just an advisory service, consultant service. And we impose all these fire precaution measures by the plans at the beginning of the license permit, built-in license permit, and it goes under the umbrella of the built-in authority. That's why in Cyprus, I heard before, the fire service cannot close anything, because it's just an advisory. But I can make a letter to the built-in authority that says, I find this built-in doing that wrong, illegal, and he can go by the built-in authorities and close the building.
Yeah,
that's how we work today.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important. I mean, one of the things that happens in the UK about mandating compliance, which we have a particular problem in FIA, that the government mandate nothing, and they say the industry should be monitoring itself. If we don't monitor it closely, what will happen? It ends up being a spiral down to the lowest cost all the time, and people don't comply. So there's a fine balance about having too much red tape to slow things down, but also having enough control to say you can't put stuff in that doesn't comply to X, X, and X. So it's a difficult conundrum to get that right, that balance, in my view.
It's difficult here in Cyprus.
Yeah, okay. Any questions on extinguishing? Or are we all getting a little bit tired now? Here we go.
I have a question. Yeah, a question for Derek, and this may be a real big can of worms question, but it's in my lack of experience. What's the difference between high pressure and low pressure water mist, and does it have the same application?
Largely, yeah, the difference is exactly as you've explained it. It's just a difference in pressure. We tend to see high pressure systems going in more as local application systems now, although they can be used in larger installations. It used to be different 10 years ago. If it was a data center, it would always be a high pressure system. Now we're seeing data centers using low pressure. And the reason is partly cost, which ties in very nicely with your comment there, fellas, but also it's partly to do with the fact that the low pressure systems have raised their bar in terms of performance. They can now offer very, very similar levels of performance to high pressure. So if we compare them across the board, it used to be that a sprinkler system would have a 200 metre cube tank to do a traditional OH1 style hotel, and a high pressure might be down to 20 cubic meters, and a low pressure would be at, say, 75 cubic meters. What we're actually seeing now is that the low pressure is probably around about 25, 30 cubic meters. So they've reduced their flow whilst keeping their pressure low. What they've also done cleverly is given the ability to link to existing sprinkler systems. So you could have an existing building, you put an extension on, and you could extend the low pressure mist system onto the back of the sprinkler system. So you don't need to buy new pumps. So they've paid a lot of attention to how these systems work and how to give the performance advantages over the traditional systems, bigger spacings, lower flows, much smaller pipes, much smaller tanks. But yeah, so you've still got this slight difference between the two, but it's a bit like cars. In the 50s, all cars looked different. They had fins and they had pointed nose, and they all now look the same, because eventually when you put them in a wind tunnel, there's only one design that really works, and that's the way that all of the products are going. So you're beginning to see a merging of the technologies and a merging of the designs, and what's great about it is it's all gone towards performance, but the cost is a really interesting thing, because we often get asked, this sprinkler nozzle is €3, but your water mist nozzle is €30. Yeah, I'm not going to buy your water mist nozzle, but look at the whole project. Look at how much smaller the pipes are over the whole project. Look how much smaller the water tank is, how much smaller the pump set is. And look, if you're the developer, look at how much space you will save by putting this equipment in. So now your service riser all the way up your building hasn't got a 6-inch or a 150mm riser pipe. It's got a 65mm riser pipe or even a 50mm. So the cupboard becomes smaller, which gives you actually more space to develop and sell. So when you actually take the total system, you save money. One of the first hotels I was ever involved in, gosh, that's going back a long while as well, that we were chosen for the project because by putting a water mist system in, we could run the pipe in a way that meant that nothing had to go down the corridors. By putting nothing in the corridors meant they no longer had to have suspended ceilings to hide the service. There was no service there. The overall project saved £250,000 on not putting suspended ceilings in, and the price difference of 100k, there was still a big saving. Yeah. So it's about how you think these things through. But thank you. Good question.
Other good extinguishing systems are available. There is a variety of ways of having the same result, but that's one version of it. So thank you very much for that. Any questions again from the audience?
Ian? If I have no question from the audience, I would like to say something that we should mention before we close this.
I was going to talk to you about SEN and SENELEC and ISO as well, about joining committees.
But actually, I was going to something more important, but...
no, if it's more important, over to you, please.
Okay. I believe, since we didn't mention anything about the challenges that the fire extinguishing industry is facing lately, and I mean, for all the manufacturers, nobody can claim that has a solution for this issue, is the lithium-ion fires, the fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. So this is what all the manufacturers are working on. There is no solution found. Many tests have been done for many manufacturers. Some results are promising, but all tests are for specific batteries. So we know that lithium-ion batteries, there are so many in the market. So each one who can face this issue and, let's say, gets a report or a certificate from a manufacturer that lithium-ion fire has been extinguished, he has to see the report, what kind of battery is that, compare it with what is going to be installed in the space to be protected, and make the decision accordingly. That's all.
It was more important.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, you can.
Sorry, it's going to be water mist again.
What a surprise. Yeah.
The IMO have actually developed a standard which it hasn't been completely agreed and isn't in writing yet, but there has been some testing done behind it. Because obviously if you think of a ro-ro ship out at sea, an electric car catches fire, and like Luton, although it wasn't an electric car that caught fire there, all the other vehicles catch fire quite quickly as well. You've got a huge disaster at sea that unfortunately the fire brigade will not come and rescue me at sea. So you have to deal with the fire yourselves. The early tests that we've seen with water mist so far are that they can control and suppress that fire and stop it spreading to the other vehicles. Actually can keep it just to the one vehicle. So that they did the test with, I don't know how many cars, maybe 20 or 30 cars with one electric car in the middle, set fire to the electric car and then put the fire out, and they were able to do that and not let it spread. So this isn't the final solution. Water mist isn't the answer to absolutely everything out there. It just happens to be something that I'm very passionate about. But there is standards moving forward that everybody will be able to test where we can work with it together. And that's what this is all about the industry working together, coming up with better solutions for everybody, make it a safer, better world. I tried to get off water mist at the end there. Did you notice?
Yeah, I was about to get a hook and pull on there. There's a question at the back from the gentleman there, please. This will be the last question we'll take, and then we'll close up.
Good day to everybody. My name is George Sophocleos. I'm coming from Unifire. We're a company that dealing with firefighting equipment. I would like to mention about what Vaki said about lithium batteries, ion lithium batteries, that already fire extinguisher, especially for lithium batteries have been produced and they are available. It's a huge thing about lithium batteries internationally thing. And I would like to say you that there are two materials that can suppress the lithium batteries. One is a vermiculitis, and the second one is a hydrogel. Is a new generation of fire extinguishers and for the ion lithium batteries. What I would like to say, if that you cannot suppress, you have to protect. So special fire blankets covering, let's say, a vehicle on fire cannot suppress the fire, but they can limit the fire at the area of the fire. So now they're trying to manufacture systems for lithium batteries, especially for the cars, because lithium batteries in the cars are the lower level of the car. So there is a solution for the ion lithium batteries, and you can apply it to us if you like. Thank you very much.
I agree with that, but not to issue any.
No, let's just call a stop on this. Obviously, there's a number of technologies that can achieve the same thing here, and this is kind of what we are with the FIA and the working groups, that we bring all the different parties in and discuss generically the solutions. Okay, there's always going to be competition within to sell. I understand that, but the FIA is devoid of this. It really is, and there is that conversation we have before every single meeting, that there'll be no discussions on commercial or competitive. It's about what the end user needs and requires, and about public safety. And the FIA will listen to every single opportunity that is available and write standards and guidance documents on that, working with the local authorities. Okay.
Just give us 1 minute, just 1 minute. Very quickly.
Okay.
So, listen, there's a bunch of very, very young people in the top left-hand corner from a local college. Do you want to wave? Come on, I can see you there. You've been there all day. Come on. My message to you is, it's great that you're here, but you could be the future of improving fire safety in Cyprus. And you're obviously here for a reason. You've obviously got some interest in fire safety. But you don't realise how much potential you do have in making the change that everybody is very willing to actually try and achieve, but it needs everybody's support, including all of you college students as well. So you take the message back, and then you start thinking about, is there an opportunity for a career in fire engineering or fire safety or doing any of this thing? But it's great that you've came here today. I want to say thank you ever so much for giving your time, and I hope you found it a little bit more inspiring and something that you can take away with you to think about your future as well as the fire safety future for Cyprus.
Thank you. I did a short interview with them earlier to talk about the opportunities, and you're absolutely spot on. And I talked about nobody in our industry, very, very rarely, starts off thinking, I want to be in the fire industry. Nearly all of us tend to fall into it by a similar sort of field, unless you come through firefighters. If you talk about fire at school or college level, they think firefighters. Very, very rarely do people think, I want to be a fire engineer, I want to be a panel installer, designer, and we all tend to fall into that. But as I explained to all of them earlier in a little interview I did to one of the guys over there, the opportunities that we have and how we travel. You know, I've been lucky enough to go to Alaska to work in BP slopes. I've been in oil rigs, road tunnels, cathedrals, power stations. There is no limit to the places that my career has taken me, and I never knew that was possible when I started. I think all of us that work in that field feel phenomenally happy about our choices in life that's made us have this opportunity, and that's never comes across at school or college level. Nobody stands there and said, do you want a really exciting career that will take you virtually anywhere in the world? I said, this is one of them, because it's so generic. Everybody needs fire safety, everybody. Anyway, that's just to back up your words, Tony, by the way. Okay, we're out of time now, so I'm going to say thank you very much. We've done question and answers along the way anyway, so I don't think there's any outrageously outrageous questions we haven't answered, I'll probably ask you if there's anything generic about what FIA are going to do here. That's the questions that I can field for you. If it's specific about the subject matters earlier, you have the people's names, they'll all be made available to you. By all means, contact them, ask them directly what those questions. So is there any question about what we are trying to achieve and our commitment to this? No. Okay. Martin? Martin is the chair of the FIA, and he's going to close with a few comments. There you go.
All yours. Steady with that step.
I guess we can go.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I released the panel. Thank you. Thank you so much, by the way.
Thanks, guys. Okay, thanks, Ian. That's okay, thank you. Right, well, thank you, everybody. And I would just like to kind of end and finish by saying congratulations to both the FIA UK and the FIA Cyprus teams. You know, what you guys have achieved here is fantastic, it's phenomenal. You know, and the input has been, you know, exceptional. But I would also like some special thanks for all the speakers, our exhibitors outside, who I would encourage you to see. But with special thanks to the Cyprus Fire Service, to Ceridis and the UK DSE. I think it's important that we, you know, get everyone on board. But equally important, or perhaps more important, what I'd really like to say is congratulations to all of you guys. You know, your open and honest comments, your acceptance and desire to make things better has been fantastic. It's been really quite inspiring. You know, that desire to make things better and continue improving is critical. And as Sir Ken mentioned earlier, you know, we in the UK got to a point where we thought we was in a really good place. We thought we'd done a good job. And then we had some of the, you know, we had Grenfell, and they woke us up and opened our eyes to, you're never done. There's always a need to actually do better. Keep looking at your industry, keep looking at how you deliver things, and keep asking the questions. We know that you wanted some of the panels to go on a little bit longer today, but unfortunately we did run out of time. But remember, today is the start of the FIA Cyprus journey. It is the start, and it's exceptional, but it's really important that we continue from here. Otherwise, all of the effort's been wasted. So please do continue. You know, there have been some fantastic topics raised, such as responsibility, who's responsible, legislation, standards, fire engineering recognition. You know, the fact that the fire engineer is not recognised as an engineer as such. That's just a few. So please do engage. Please get in touch with Lefteris and his team. Please kind of support the industry. Please join the FIA and keep the topics going. I'll just finish up by saying I hope you've enjoyed today as much as I've enjoyed it. I think it's been really, really kind of good, really interesting. I think there's been some great conversations that have been had. So all that's left for me to really say is meet the exhibitors, keep the conversation going, and please have a safe journey home.